Okay, and welcome back to the 2023 Visions here at Mid-America Off-Road. I'm ever so sorry we had a few small technical issues here, but let's not forget we are in the middle of Jay, Oklahoma, and there's always going to be little bugs and things that keep us around.
But we are back, and we are about to wrap up the 4900 stock and open classes. We are going to kick off the 4900 Pro Modified class here in just a few minutes. So let's go over our unofficial Optima Batteries leaderboard.
Yep.
And third in class for the stock class is Mitchell Riccelli.
And second in class is Byron Starrett.
And unofficially winning the stock class is Jason Wofford.
And Jason Wofford is also unofficially our overall race winner. And in third position in
open class is Cody Quattlebaum.
Then in second in UTV Open is Philip Poe, Papa Poe, doing a killer job.
And winning the open class unofficially is Ian Dickey.
What a fantastic afternoon of racing here, Miles. An hour and a half plus one lap, and it's been incredible. Now, can we see where Nathan Parker ended up coming in? Because that was one of the stories that we were following.
Seventh unofficially, it looks like.
Yeah, it does indeed. So Nathan must have fallen off the pace there on that final lap. So a tough break there for the young man that qualified in first position yesterday.
I believe on screen right now at the Spider Track backstretch is AJ Stratman.
There's been so much action here today. It's been absolutely incredible. 44 runners and riders left the line earlier on at 1 p.m.
So cool.
And we're just lining up.
Up next will be the 4900 Pro Modified class. We should have 31 cars take the line, and it's the pole setter Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf will be on a drag race. 2 at a time, every 30 seconds on this 8-mile course, hour and a half till the white flag will come out for them.
Let's just talk about this, because we've got some really heavy hitters out there in this class. If we just look down at our top 10, it's absolutely remarkable. In 10th position, we've got Jamie McCoy. In
9th is Zach Pollard.
In 8th is Mike Park.
In 7th is Carson Atkins.
In 6th is Tyler Gibbs.
In 5th is Dustin Robbins.
And then 4th, in a single-seat vehicle, it is Travis Zollinger.
Driven by Cole Clark.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Cole Clark, he's absolutely super quick on these types of courses.
It's going to be interesting. And then third, who has not lost an Ultra4 USA race this season, is Mr. Kyle Cheney.
Then just above him is Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf dominated here last year, but in first position
is Mr. Jay Shaw. He got those 14 extra points yesterday for being our pole setter in the Pro Modified class.
Yeah, and Jay Shaw literally came out of nowhere yesterday afternoon. Absolutely fantastic drive, but this really is a stacked field. If we look down there, there are so many other very, very fast vehicles. And let's not forget, we're going to be looking at tyre issues. We're going to be looking at reliability issues. An hour and a half in this searing heat with those ruts that are getting deeper and deeper, trying to grab at those tyres and tear them off these vehicles. It's going to be some tough racing indeed. And then after this race is finished, we will be then lining up for our 4600
Spider Track stock class. Look at this high and wide from this drone. It's absolutely amazing. In the middle of our screen in that tree row is the creek section. We can see a couple cars broke down and parked in there. Tough break for them.
It is. I love this course so much.
There's Harlan Foley running around grabbing some great pictures.
I want to say a big shout out to our production crew out here at Mid-America, bringing us these fantastic images from this awesome race course.
Yeah, let's give some love to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and especially Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, and Good Boy Vodka.
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, and Laser Nut.
Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axles, and Wheeling.
The Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road. So please support who supports the sport. With all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the Can-Am Visions. So if you're building a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, please go check out all of these amazing companies. Here's Peyton Dumford coming around the Brannick Bowl, grabbing that checkered flag. Father and daughter duo. Got a couple cars broken down.
That's Van Peeren there crossing the line.
Owen Van Eperen.
Oh, I think he'll be very pleased to see the checkered flag. Looks like he's had a tough afternoon out there. Coming in with only 3 wheels on his wagon. And still they're finishing. There's the 4906 crossing the line. But now we're going to be getting ready for our 4900 UTV Pro Mods. Said earlier, we're going to have 31 runners and riders, and it is a stacked field. This race is going to be absolutely incredible. But let's talk a little bit about Paul Wolf. He's sitting in second position at the moment. He's sitting in first position for 4400. This is the guy that dominated last year. He won the rock bouncing. He won in 4400. He won here.
He's done a little bit of everything. Paul Wolf is definitely one on a mission. He had some bad luck in Montana, so he's back for redemption.
He is indeed. He had some bad luck at other races as well. We lost a couple of motors last year, at the tail end of last year as well. So he really wants to turn it around here right now at Mid-America.
He's ready. He's going to be racing the Pro Modified class here in just a moment. And then tomorrow at 1 p.m. in the 4400 class, Paul Wolf be taking off the 4400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka. Jim, what a great way to start out the Ultra4 USA racing with the stock and the opens. So much fun. Such a great race. I hope you all back at home here and here on site are having as much fun as we are here at the Can-Am desk.
Yeah, it's been a superb afternoon of racing so far, but there's so much more to come with his Pro Mod UTVs and, of course, the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
And I'm chatting with Casey Gilbert. He stayed home for this event, but he's tuning into the live feed. We miss you out here, buddy, but thanks for checking out Visions 2023 presented by Can-Am.
Yeah, as we look forward to tomorrow, the 4400 class is also a stacked field. A few names missing this time.
Like Casey Gilbert, we're missing the Gomez brothers, the Blytlers, Eric Miller, but other than that, it's a stacked field.
It absolutely is, and I can't wait for that racing action. But there's so much more to come before that. Blue skies with just a tiny few little white clouds. We had some major rainstorms yesterday, and that has done wonders for our track. As you go down through the woods, there's just little dark patches of dirt there as they just sort of dig it away. That moisture just coming up to the surface, keeping the dust down. Really is ideal race conditions. As we just look around from our Can-Am race desk, see operations manager and race director JT Taylor on his rugged race radio. Just making
Lots
sure
of action has been happening. That rugged race radio has been busy with all of our volunteers and Ultra4 USA staff out on course, making sure everything's running smooth, making sure everything's running safe. But yeah, the chatter on that thing's been pretty good.
It has indeed. But they'll be also making sure there's lots of broken cars out there on course at the moment, and they'll be making sure they're safely off the side of the track so that we can get this next race started.
It's basically 3 races back to back. We are wrapping up the stock and opens. Up next will be the Pro Modified UTVs. And then roughly 5 p.m. will be the 4600 Spider Track stock class. I believe we'll have 11 of those taking the line. We should have, I believe, 31 Pro Modified cars.
Okay, right, I'm looking now. I can see JT Taylor has a green flag in his hand, and he is bringing forward race cars. That looks like Jay Shaw making his way to the start line.
So it'll be Jay Shaw drag racing Paul Wolf. Who's going to get to the woods first? Because it's a wide open field around the Amsoil hot pits. And then who's going to duck into the woods first? Is it going to be Jay Shaw or Paul Wolf?
Wow, they're both running Can-Am cars, so it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of power these things can lay down. Very, very experienced racers, the pair of them.
Let's run through the Optima Batteries leaderboard real quick, Jim. On that pole position is Jay Shaw, then Paul Wolf.
Yeah, on the second row of the grid would be Kyle Cheney and Travis Zollinger.
Then Dustin
being driven by Cole Clark.
Then Dustin Roberts and Tyler Gibbs.
Then it's Carson Atkins and Mike Park.
Zach Pollard and Jamie McCoy.
Then Glenn Jung and Levi Metzinger.
Then Tony Polari and Mitch Wofford. We just saw his dad unofficially win this race.
Indeed, and Jake Versey and Jake Godfrey.
Then Matthew Walraven and Adam Cutts.
Then Todd Beckett and Corey Willis.
Terry Madden and Chris Ambergy.
Then William Thomas and John Seaman.
Peyton Isabel and Reed Murnahan.
Then it's Alan Burton and Tyler Rimmereed.
Then Cody Quattlebaum and Nelson Sparks.
And rounding out the field in 31st position, it is Kevin Rance.
So we'll have 31 Pro Modified UTVs taking off here momentarily. Just a couple minutes behind schedule, but that race ran a little long. We're doing our best to keep everything rolling, but we should be sending out those two Can-Ams, Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf. If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week, and this is Ultra4 racing at its finest.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one, Miles. This is the big one for me in the 4900 UTV classes. These Pro Mod UTVs are so incredibly fast. Now, you're Kyle Cheney, you're sitting on the second row of the grid. What are you thinking, Miles?
Oh, you know you're going to have a little bit of dust, but Kyle Cheney's in the zone. They call him the ghost because once you get behind him, he disappears. He loves the woods. He comes from a woods background. He races short course, King of the Hammers, a little bit of everything. Kyle Cheney's going to be, Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf know he's back there, and that's probably messing with them as well.
Absolutely. Now, you're sitting in there, you've got one of these vehicles. Are you wanting to be running a co-driver, or are you going to be wanting to run as light as possible and running single seat?
So, the weight versus horsepower is a big thing on UTVs. So I think the top ones will be racing by themselves. I know Paul Wolf's by himself. Kyle Cheney's by himself. Obviously, Cole Clark driving for Travis Zollinger in a single seat. So I think the first few cars, I'm not sure about Jay Shaw.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get eyeballs on Jay Shaw, see if he is running with a passenger or not. Now, the one thing about having a passenger is that if you get a flat tyre, you can make faster changes by having your buddy with you. But as you say, these vehicles are very small, they're very compact, they don't have huge horsepower, so carrying around an extra sort of 80 pounds of a human makes a big difference.
Oh, I'm sure closer to 200 pounds of human. So we'll see.
Depends how many burgers you eat.
Yeah, depends on the day.
I'm sorry,
for sure.
I'm thinking about kilos.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we're similar. All right. We're on the same page. And don't forget, the fastest lap of the day was Nathan Parker with a 14:06. Do you think Jay Shaw, Paul Wolf, Kyle Cheney, or Cole Clark can do that?
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing right the way down into the sort of 13:36, 13:37s.
13:30s, huh? I'm going to say 13:45.
Okay, I'll go with you on that, but I'm going to stick there in there sort of mid to high 30s. Okay, now this is interesting. Just watching here. And they're just pushing Paul Wolf off the start line. I don't know what's happened here.
So did his car have an issue on the start line? What is going on? Yes, I heard him yell, if you get it started, get back in. But right now, Paul Wolf is having issues with his Can-Am. Man, what a tough break for Paul Wolf. You can see his body language. He is extremely frustrated right now. What is going on? This is a heartbreaker for Paul Wolf. He's staying in the car.
All right, as everything's unfolding here right now, our race director, JT Taylor, has had to push Paul Wolf off the line. Paul Wolf's vehicle will not start. They're trying to find out what's going on. They pull forward Cole Clark from third position into second position.
Oh, JT Taylor just said, hey, when the green flags, you're not going. It's just Jay Shaw by himself sitting on that pole. Because Paul Wolf still could get in. We're not sure.
Yeah, it does look like Paul Wolf has just restarted his vehicle. Cole Clark is moving backwards in Travis Zollinger's car, and it looks like Paul Wolf is going to be coming back up to retake that second place alongside Jay Shaw. Lots of drama here already in what is hotly anticipated.
And
Jay Shaw is off on his own.
Green flag is flying for the Pro Modified class. Jay Shaw sitting in that pole position, taking off by himself. So Paul Wolf's time has already started. He's off the side. So when he gets going, he'll be able to take off. But Cole Clark is up next. But Jay Shaw, number 17 out of Springfield, Alabama, with Adventure Lifestyle in the Pro Modified class, is out front by himself. So he's got the clean air.
He will. That's the perfect start for Jay Shaw. He will not be able to believe his luck there. As off the off the line now goes Cole Clark in Travis Zollinger's vehicle, side by side with Kyle Cheney. What a drag race that is.
Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah with Zollinger Racing Products. And then Kyle Cheney, the Beaver Run Road Bandit out of Pawtuska, Ohio with Team Momentum Racing.
Yeah,
and it looked like Kyle Cheney pulled a little bit on Cole Clark.
It did indeed. And the Zollingers, they supply so many parts that are on so many of these vehicles that we see here racing today. And the next cars are off the line now. Here's the 311 of Dustin Robbins alongside Tyler Gibbs.
So Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama with all things UTV drag racing. Tyler Gibbs with PJ Holiday out of Cattleburgs, Kentucky with Gibbs Racing.
So we've got Mike Parks now going outside, and that is
Carson Atkins.
It is.
So a drag race between Carson Atkins out of Seymour, Tennessee with Devon Racing.
And Carson Atkins gets a fantastic start there, gets the whole shot and blows past Mike Park.
Mike Park and Austin Warren with 904, Team 904 out of Callahan, Florida in their Pro Modified machine, racing their Can-Am.
And this is going to be Zach Pollard lining up alongside the yellow and black car of Jamie McCoy. Now, Jamie McCoy is super fast. Be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do here. They get the green flag, but it's Zach Pollard that gets the whole shot on Jamie McCoy as they head off down alongside the woods.
Jamie McCoy, number 70 out of Kingsport, Tennessee with G-Force Racing and got the whole shot. Zach Pollard pulled on him. The number 645 out of Winder, Georgia with East Coast Cowboys Racing.
Yeah, and next on the line is Levi Metzinger alongside Tony Polleri. And they're getting ready for the green flag right now. And JT Taylor waves the flag. And it's car 77 of Glenn Jung.
Out of Austin with 77 Motorsports drag racing, Levi Metzger with Rhiannon Koger. Riding shotgun out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania with Levi Metzinger Racing.
Indeed, and lining up now, we've just seen his dad take the checkered flag. It is Mitch Woodford alongside Tony Polleri.
So Mitch Wofford just saw his dad, like you said, Jason Wofford, unofficially win his race out of Ashland City, Tennessee with Racer Extreme. Side by side with Tony Polari, BDD Tony with Travis Pope, riding shotgun out of Greenup, Kentucky with Bad Batch Racing.
It's now the 440 of Jake Godfrey. And I believe he's lining up alongside Jake Bursey there, but I'm just trying to see the number.
Yes, it is. So Jake Bursey, yep. The Blonde Ambition Versey, number 43 out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, with Reckless Motorsports. Drag racing, Jake Godfrey, number 440 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Godfrey Bapworth. And it looks like Godfrey does pull away just a tick over Jake Bursey.
Yeah, next it will be Matthew Walraven and Adam Kutz. So as they wait for the green flag drops to the 118 there of Terry Madden.
So Terry Madden's a Mid-America Outdoors ambassador with Jared Bizarre, riding shotgun out of Yucca Valley, California with Terry Madden Racing. And drag racing, Adam Kutz, number 3622 out of Perryville, Missouri with Kutz Racing.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. It looks like Terry Madden's actually out of in the incorrect order there, and we look because we got Corey Willis and Todd Bennett. So whether there has been a timing change there, I am not sure, but we'll come back to you on that one. But off the line now is Tom Burkett, gets the whole shot on Corey Willis.
Corey Willis out of Lake Charles, Louisiana with PPEI Racing. Todd Beckett taking off.
Okay, now that is Terry Madden actually sitting on the start line over there. So that is confusing because that other car was a 188 as well, or looked like it. And there's the 120. So this is Terry Madden and Chris Amberg.
Look at the front of Terry's car. There's an orange cone on it. Not sure what's going on. Oh, no, the orange cone is behind it. Sorry. So Mid-America ambassador Terry Madden with Jared Bizarre, riding shotgun out of Yucca Valley, California with Terry Madden Racing.
And lining up next is the 111 of John Seaman, and alongside him should be William Thomas.
So John Seaman with his dad, John Candy, riding shotgun out of Marion, North Carolina with GFG Racing. And William Lunchbox Thomas, number 4924 out of Lowell with Twin Peaks Racing.
Yeah, and it's William who gets the whole shot as they blast away down the side of the woods. Then lining up next is car number 410, which is Reed Murnahan, alongside Peyton Isabel.
Reed in a hurry, Murnahan with Gavin Smith riding shotgun out of number 410 out of South Point, Ohio with AR Racing. We're side by side with Peyton Isabel with Ricky Wood riding shotgun number 490 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with Godfrey Fabworks.
And they blaze away from the line now. And it's Peyton who gets the whole shot. That's car 2220 and 143. So this is Alan Burton and Tyler Rimmereed.
Tyler Rimmereed, another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, number 143 out of Bennington, Nebraska with TR Racing. Be drag racing against Alan Burton, number 220 out of Newton with Burton Boys Racing.
And they're waiting for the green flag, and there it goes. JT Taylor drops it. And it's the 2220 of Alan Burton who gets the whole shot as they head down past the woods. And we're into our last few cars now. The 4931 of Kevin Rance
and Nelson Sparks. Nelson Sparks with Darren Nelson riding shotgun out of Phoenix, Arizona with Sparks Racing. Then Kevin Rance will be drag racing him out of Aztec, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. And we still see Paul Wolf at the start line out of his car. What a heartbreaker for him. Not sure what's going on. Hopefully we can get him over here and have a quick chat, but tough break for Paul Wolf. So all cars, we should have roughly 30 cars out on course. What a great start to the Pro Modified class. We just unofficially wrapped up the 4900 stock and open, but now it is the Pro Modified class. And Jim, what is a Pro Modified class?
Pro Modified is based on an OEM chassis, so that means an original equipment chassis. Aftermarket chassis are allowed, must use stock suspension pickup points, reinforcing, must run full front plastics, up to a maximum of 1000cc engine. Aftermarket turbos can be used, but the big one, a maximum of a 35-inch tyre. Now look at this, Miles, we're seeing action out on the course now. Look how hard these cars are hitting the track as we watch our water tracks there, just watering down the top side of the Brannick Bowl.
And look how dusty it is out on course.
It is indeed. This course is starting to break up. These cars are going to be super, super fast. We're expecting to see times around about sub 14 minutes, certainly for our fastest cars. And at the moment, it's that man, Jay Shaw, who has clean air. And just behind him is the Ghost.
Kyle Cheney has not lost an Ultra4 USA race yet.
And look at the speed of these vehicles. Absolutely remarkable stuff.
Is that Tyler Gibbs, I believe?
I'd ask JT or something. I don't know.
Look at the pace, throwing hand grenade-sized rocks out the way as he beats his way around this incredible course.
The Spider Tracks backstretch is going to be a fun one to watch. And here's a great shot as they're going straight ahead. They're going to go take a hard right in those trees and go through the creek. I'm going to say it's probably 300 or 400 yards through this little creek section. And there's Carson Atkins, another super fast young man, and his Yamaha, number 722. With his Yamaha YXE, Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, Fox, and Dave on Racing.
Indeed, and Carson started in 7th place, and just look at the way this dust is hanging. And this is what we're talking about, having clean air. Most of these vehicles will be fitted with what are called pumpers, and most of these drivers will have full-face helmets with pipes going into them. Is that Jamie McCoy we just see there? That looked like
number
car
70. It's getting dusty out there, but
it
yes,
Jamie
McCoy, and he's a Woods racer as well, so I suspect good things out of him. Jamie McCoy took off mid-pack.
Yeah, he did indeed, in 10th position. And just finishing my thought on the helmets, so these helmets have air pumped into these helmets. That keeps the drivers free of dust and also means that they can breathe easy and keeps the dust out of the helmets as well. Look at these fantastic shots here from our drone pilots. I would love to be racing in these woods today, Miles. What a fantastic place. I love that dappled light, the way it plays with your eyes as you crash on through. Absolutely fantastic to see. And we're back with the racing action. Look at the speed of these vehicles, Miles.
It is absolutely amazing out there. This 8-mile course, hour and a half plus 1 lap. It's going to be great to see.
And that was Glenn Jung there making his way round through the spider tracks and then closely followed by another vehicle. But you can see that dust really starting to become a problem.
And look at the tight woods right there, Jim.
Exactly, and that's what I was just getting to. You have to be so careful.
This is
water
the creek. Yeah, this is the creek run. The drone is up. We had a few drones tied up over on the side-by-side series, so we should have some more cameras coming up just like this one. What a great shot of this little creek run.
And this is so reminiscent of the racing that I do in Europe, where we're actually breaking down creeks that have water in them. Absolutely fantastic to see. And look at the pace. That's our race leader, Jay Shaw.
Let's talk about that, Jim. So how hard do you hit these water holes? Because sometimes if you hit it too hard, it comes over the front. It gets some of your stuff wet. Do you just go for it, or do you slow down for it?
Well, we designed our cars so they can take on that water. So we have what we call decker panels across the front, which deflect the water away from you. We also run different helmet setups to what we see here in the USA. And we make sure that all our kit is suitably waterproof. On the bigger cars, for example, front engine, we protect the front engine oil seals so that we can hit the water hard without water getting into the engines. There's a whole variety of things. The biggest one is that we have raised air intakes and make sure they're well covered as well. So when we hit that water hard, it doesn't come back through and do any damage.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week, and we just kicked off the 4900 Pro Modified Ultra4 USA UTVs.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, and I believe that is our race leader. I think that is Jay Shaw making his way out. Oh, and who's that behind him? Was that Jay Shaw or was that Jamie McCoy maybe?
I missed it. The dust is getting thick out there.
That's okay. Fantastic images here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road here at Mid-America. I'm loving seeing the action here, Mars. It's absolutely fantastic. Got 8 miles of course out there. It's difficult to cover every inch. And there we go. And who's this? This is the 311.
That is Dustin Robbins already in the Amsoil hot pits. Not sure what's going on with him. And so there was the 101.
Now, 311, if that's Dustin Robbins, of course, he must have literally gone off the start line and straight into the hot pits.
Yeah, tough break for him. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm just watching behind us. I can see that our safety crews are actually pushing Paul Wolf
further off the
track. Yeah. And it's going to be interesting to see these pro mods as they come round to cross this line. They're going to be much more aggressive as they come up through the Brannock Bowl.
Right by that orange cone is a super, super deep hole that if you hit it with that left front, you're going to lose that left front. So there is a danger there. But when you're in that dust, this is a great shot that you have to really be paying attention. He clipped it. That may have been Mike Park.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. You can see them going down through that water splash, and they are not giving an inch.
They aren't checking
up.
They
are not checking up at all.
Over a foot deep, too. So if you hit it hard, it's spraying everywhere.
It is indeed. But quite often, if you hit it that hard, you can actually push the water away from you in front, or even push it so hard that it goes up over the top. So here it is. This is the 311 of Dustin Robbins.
I'm not sure what they're working on. It can't be tires because he's only made it 500 yards. So the belt's on our side. He's not working on that. Is it drivability? Is it electrical? I'm not sure, but you can see the window net's down, the helmet's off. You can see his body language. He is disappointed.
No, he's still got his helmet on, but he's just waiting at the moment. But the fact he's still in the vehicle tells us everything. That's the 49-24 there.
That's William Lunchbox Thomas. And there goes the 77 of Glenn Jung. I believe this is his first race with us. And remember, if you've never raced Ultra4 USA, we waive your entry fee for your first race to kind of give you a taste of Ultra4 USA and get you hooked and bring you into the Ultra4 family.
And this is a family. Let's not forget that. We saw that earlier on
Paul
when we saw
Wolf. Still tough break.
We saw that earlier, of course, when we saw so many other teams. Now I hear an engine. This could be our race leader, Jay Shaw.
I hear something. You're right, Jim. We got our live.ultra4racing.com pulled up, but it is Kyle Cheney and Cole Clark, actually. So we'll have to see when they come through the Brannock Bowl right on our screen.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we're going to see a change at the top here.
Wow. So Kyle Cheney is on a mission, but who's in front? So Kyle Cheney and Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger. Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark are the same person for this weekend. Who's going to be the first out of the woods?
It sounds like Cole Clark is all over the back end of that vehicle. And we're just waiting now to see who's going to be the first through the Brannock Bowl.
And it is Kyle Cheney, but Cole Clark is all over his heels.
Oh, yes, look at this.
Kyle Cheney has a left rear flat, so Cole Clark physically passes Kyle Cheney with that left rear flat. So Kyle Cheney will be going in the AMSOIL hot pits. Tough break for him. What a great race. So Travis Zollinger, driver of record, couldn't make it here. Had some family things going on. We completely understand, but he let his buddy Cole Clark. You can do that once per year to have a fill-in driver, but it has to be your vehicle, your number.
Absolutely. If you're going to have a fill-in driver in UTV,
Cole Clark's not a slouch.
He's going to say that's going to be one that you would like to have as we watch Kyle Cheney making his way into the hot pits there.
He still has time, but it's just a tire. But now Cole Clark's getting away from that fresh air. But don't forget, lap traffic will start becoming an issue.
And let's talk about the big one. Where is Jay Shaw, our race leader? That front line is cursed.
Okay, Jay Shaw, he just popped up on the heads-up loop, but it is Tyler Gibbs physically in third.
Yeah, Tyler Gibbs started in 6th, and he's coming across the line in 3rd, so a great run there from Tyler Gibbs.
And then Carson Atkins, then Mike Park. But Jay Shaw is still a little bit further back. So on adjusted time right now, it is Cole Clark and Travis Zollinger, then Carson Atkins, then Kyle Cheney, then Mike Park, and Tyler Gibbs. This is on adjusted time. Go to live.ultra4racing.com.
Now, this is really interesting. You know,
there's Jay Shaw you were asking about.
Yeah, that's Jay Shaw. I knew he's got the blue and white roof, and that's Jay Shaw crossing the line now. And Jay Shaw is in 6th position at present. So something's happened to Jay Shaw out there on track, whether he's had a flat tire or something else has happened.
Do I remember Kyle Cheney have a left rear flat, and now they're changing the right rear also?
Yeah, but this is slow. There's something going on here. And
this
that
is
looks
team
like
momentum?
This is interesting. See them fighting. The Jack comes out, and Kyle Cheney is back on track. But minutes have been lost. It's a fantastic race here. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am here at the Mid-America Off-Road events in Jay, Oklahoma. What a fantastic day of racing we've had so far, and there's so much more to come.
There's car number 77 of Glenn Jung crossing the race line start-finish. So you can check out our Optima battery leaderboard.
And that was the 823 there of Levi Metzinger. So our current top 5 at the moment. In 5th position, it's Mike Park. In 4th, it's Jamie McCoy. In 3rd, it's Kyle Cheney. But he is going to drop down after a tyre change. In 2nd, it's Carson Atkins. And in 1st position, it is Travis Zollinger being driven by Cole Clark. So Carson Atkins is having a fantastic race.
Carson Atkins had a great race in Rush, Kentucky as well. He was leading his race for a little bit, had some issues.
Is this Carson I actually see now?
This is Glenn Jung, I believe.
Yeah, you are right. That is Glenn Jung.
The AMSOIL hot pits are busy, Jim. What a great so much action all over the course.
But as we continue to watch cars crossing the line right now, that is car 253 being closely followed here by 645.
So Mitch Wofford, number 253, we just saw his dad unofficially win his race.
Yeah, and that was Zach Pollard crossing the line then. But I want to talk about this. This is quite important. Earlier on today, we saw Nathan Park crossing the line and in a 14.06, setting down the fastest lap. Now, we're talking about how the course is going to break up. Check this out, and you tell me what the fastest lap was for Travis Zollinger on that first lap.
Wow, Travis Zollinger and Carson Atkins had a 14.45. Identical laps by Cole Clark and Carson Atkins.
Indeed, but 39 seconds
40
slower.
seconds, yeah. 39,
yeah. Slower.
So the course is really falling apart, you can tell.
Yeah. So there we were expecting it to speed up for these Pro Mod UTVs. It's actually slowing down, and that tells you what's happening out there on the course. And that's going to be playing on the minds of the guys with those bigger cars later on.
These cars can have up to a 35-inch tire out on course in the Pro Modified class. But right now, just Cole Clark, Carson Atkins battling it out up front. But look at this, 3 wide coming into the race line start-finish. Travis Zollinger.
Not Travis Zollinger. Out there was Jake Versiek making his way through, along with Matthew Woolraven.
And Todd Beckett.
I got you.
There's a lot of names and numbers in my head right now. I do apologize. They're going to be blowing by the Amsoil hot pits and diving into the woods. What a great dogfight. There's Jacob Versey right in the middle with Todd Beckett as well.
Yeah, I love watching this. Fantastic images.
Look at our drone pilot really getting down and dirty, chasing these guys and gals down, bringing us some amazing action. There goes Terry Madden across the ticker, out for lap number 2. We took off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. They will race for an hour and a half, and then the white flag comes out. There is Corey Willis, PPEI Racing, one of our sponsors here at Mid-America Outdoors, but coming out here and enjoying himself.
Well, Terry Madden's on the flyer. He started in 21st position, and he's made his way up to 11th in one lap.
Terry Madden's got a great race going, fighting some of this lap traffic.
Yeah, he's doing a great job there. So watch Terry Madden. He is on an absolute flyer right now.
And he's got one of his longtime buddies riding with him, Jared Bizarre. Terry Madden is one of our Mid-America Outdoors ambassadors. He's been super busy with the Nitro Cross and Nitro Rally, but he's found some time to come play with us here at Ultra4 USA. He's been around Ultra4 for, I think we both started back in 2009, racing out there at King of the Hammers. I think he was co-driving. I was helping in the pits, and look where it's came from back then to now. Ultra4 King of the Hammers has really blown up.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. I was so lucky to get out there first. My first race out there was in 2013. Been back ever since. I love this stuff so much. But the action keeps continuing here at the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am at Mid-America Off-Road here in Jay, Oklahoma. It's a fantastic day for racing as our drones follow this vehicle all the way up through towards the Brannock Bowl.
And the 4900 Pro Mod is presented by Ultimax Belts.
These little vehicles are so capable. I remember when they burst onto the scene some 10 years ago, and people laughed at them, calling them golf carts.
I had one of those. They were fun, but see, the technology, like you said, about the last 10 years has transformed tremendous. Actually, about 13, 14 years.
Crossing the line now is the 4924 of William Thomas.
William Lunchbox Thomas out there still having some fun, running strong. He is physically in that 20th position right now.
And
I'm super interested to see Kyle Chaney. How long was he in the pits? How far back is that going to put him? How hard is he going to push? Is he going to overdrive? That's the story right now I'm chasing.
It is indeed. But just let's look right now here at our top 10 as they cross the start line.
The Optima Batteries leaderboard.
Indeed, in 10th position, it was Todd Beckett.
In 9th is Levi Metzinger.
In 8th is Tony Polari.
In 7th, Glenn Jung.
In 6th is Tyler Gibbs.
In 5th is Mike Park.
In 4th is Jamie McCoy.
3rd was Kyle Chaney. We'll see how it shakes up.
Exactly. In 2nd, it was Carson Atkins.
And our physical race leader is Travis Zollinger, driven by Cole Clark.
But already there's big stories out there on course, but the big story from the beginning was Paul Wolfe having to be pushed off the start line. And I can tell you that Paul Wolfe was still sitting there trying to fix his vehicle right now. His race is done without turning a single wheel. There's going to be no return to glory. As you watch,
that's Godfrey, Jake Godfrey, number 440 with Godfrey Fabworks. And his Can-Am with Raceline wheels, MTS Off-Road, PRP seats, Sandcraft, Blood lubricants, and rugged race radios.
There was 31 starters earlier on today in the 4900 UTV Pro Mod class.
Was the last like 4 off the line?
Earlier on we saw Jason Wofford crossing the line to take unofficial first position in the 4900 UTV stocks.
So unofficial, the last race we had in 3rd place was Mitchell Riccelli.
In 2nd place, it was Byron Starrett.
And 1st was Jason Wofford. That's for the stock class. Now we'll move into the open class. In 3rd place was Cody Quattlebaum.
In 2nd place, it was Philip Papapo.
In 1st place was Ian Dickey. That was the race we just finished up. But right now, it's the Pro Modified. It's one class, all UTVs. There's 30 of them out on course, and they are pushing strong. Jim, this is shaking out to be an amazing Visions Week here presented by Can-Am.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to be here. Some absolute honour to see these guys racing.
Alan Burton, the number 2220. Out of Newton with Burton Boys Racing in a Can-Am with Beck's Motorsports and Fab, Driven Addictions, Aftermarket Assassins, Burton Drivewall, G-Force, Murray Power Sports, RCV, HCR, Muddy Saloon, Precision Power Core, and Southern Illinois Machine. And this is his first race with Ultra4 USA, so we waived his entry fee. If you've never raced Ultra4 USA, come check it out. The first round is on us. And oh no, is that Kyle Chaney still in the pits? No, that's Team Momentum helping out Jake Godfrey. I apologize. So if they're working with Jake Godfrey, that does mean Kyle Chaney's back out on course.
Yeah, we see there Godfrey making his way back onto the course. And I believe this is a view of the, or was a view of the stream, as we cut back to more action and a vehicle making his way up towards the Brannock Bowl. This is a section of wood just down below from where we're broadcasting from.
This is a part of the qualifying section from yesterday. To get everything all set up for today. Everybody qualified yesterday. We had 2 qualify this morning. They were late qualifiers. They had some travel issues. They let JT Taylor, the race director, know, and we approved it so they could come qualify this morning. But everybody else qualified yesterday, and they are racing during the Ultimax Belts 4900 Pro Modified UTV race. And this is the 519 of Nelson Sparks with Darren Nelson out of Phoenix, Arizona with Sparks Racing. He's in his Can-Am with MRT, Muscle Race Wheels, Factory UTV, ZRP, HCR, AZP, Concepts, Lone Star, Rugged, Fox, Epic Brain Center, and Mixter Racejack.
So we're not going to be far off now from seeing our race leaders coming back round to complete lap 2.
There was Kevin Rance. We'll see his brother John Rance racing in the 4600 Spider Track stock class coming up next. And then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., his dad Sean Rance Sr. will be racing his Bronco in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. They'll be battling between the 4800 Brannock Motorsports Legends class as well. But we kick off tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the Youth Limited class. We saw another little splash going through the woods. Great little shot. And there's Paul Wolf still working hard trying to figure out his Can-Am. Tough break for him. But if I was Paul, and apparently that's what he's doing, he's trying to get that car going. That way he can get out there and do some pre-running at race pace because he could still race. We just saw Carson Atkins on the backstretch, Spider Track backstretch.
And then right after that is when my battery died because I checked it. It was at 30% and then it just died. And
so we're just watching Paul Wolf there. And I believe Miles is going to be running over there very shortly just to see what's happened. And it's so sad to see. Miles is obviously going to walk over there, but Paul was the hot favourite for this race as he came into it. Lining up in second place on the grid alongside Jay Shaw. But at the moment, that front row of the grid seems to be a poison chalice. We saw that on the last race. And this time it's showing again with Jay Shaw has already dropped down to 18th position. And the guy who was supposed to be lining up alongside him didn't start at all. All that hard work yesterday in qualifying. It's a fantastic race course here at Mid-America. If you get the opportunity, come on down, check it out. It's more than just a race course. It is an absolute off-road destination. There are so many things happening here. Not just for racers, but for entire families. And very shortly, we're going to see our race leaders coming round. I think I can hear them now as they make their way around this course. And it was interesting to note that Nathan Parks still has the fastest lap at this time with a 14:06. It does look like we're going to be seeing Cole Clark driving Travis Zollinger's vehicle coming through to the Brannock Bowl very soon.
So did I miss anything just now, Jim?
Just sunshine.
All right, well, I just had a fun little chat with Paul Wolf. He's still in good spirits. He's obviously bummed. He had a fuel pump give up at the start line. Everything's fine. He pulls up there, it's running, it just dies. He can't figure it out. So he's been chasing fuses and wiring, not sure what he's doing or what's wrong. He's still actively working on it. He's hoping to get out because he's like, my time started when I was supposed to take off. I was like, that's my understanding, yes. He's like, so I could go out there and get fastest lap still, right? I was like, I think so. So if he can get it going, he's going to head out on course and try to get the fastest lap.
Okay, I can just tell you we now have our race leader has just started his third lap. That is Cole Clark in Travis Zollinger's single-seat Polaris.
What a great race for that man. Cole Clark driving for Travis Zollinger. I know Travis has to be tuned in. Hate you're not here, but I completely understand. Family first. Hope everything goes smooth. But Travis Zollinger puts in the heavy gun of Cole Clark, and he is doing well.
Yeah, but this is really interesting because Cole Clark is now starting to pull away from second place, Carson Atkins. Well, that Carson Atkins did start on the fourth row of the grid, so there is an adjusted time here, and that could be our new race leader. We'll just wait to see.
Tyler Gibbs,
oh, that was Tyler Gibbs going through. You're right. No, I reckon that was lap traffic we've just seen there. I missed who it was. Certainly didn't affect our scoreboard, that's for sure. And we are waiting for Carson Atkins. As I said, there is adjusted time to come into play here.
And here is Carson Atkins. We'll get on to live.ultra4racing.com and see how it shakes out.
And it will come through any moment now. We'll catch up with it. But I've got a feeling this could be Carson Atkins in adjusted time, first place on adjusted time. But we're just waiting for our timing to come up. As soon as we have it, we will let you know.
What a great race we have on our hands for the 4900 UTV Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts. If you're just tuning in, this is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week, and this is Ultra4 USA Pro Modified UTV. And there goes
Jamie McCoy.
Jamie McCoy across the race line, start-finish line.
So Jamie McCoy, he started in 10th position on the grid today. So 5th line of the grid for Jamie. But he was up to 4th position after the first lap, and it looks like he's on a flyer now, and certainly in physically 3rd place, and we're just waiting to find out on adjusted time.
Wow, 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 Jim. It's been a great... Oh, we got one on our side there.
Yeah, I
wasn't
just
sure
saw
who
that.
that was.
I think this might be Kyle Cheney coming through.
It is. So how far back is Kyle Cheney?
Again, our timing is just frozen at the moment. As soon as we have anything, we will come straight back to you. I do enjoy watching this class of racing. 4900s have come so far in the last few years. And for the last 2 years, or in fact 3 years, we've actually seen UTVs in the top 10 at King of the Hammers, which is remarkable in itself.
Okay, my iPad isn't quite working, so I pull it up on my phone, and it does look like it is Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark out front, then Carson Atkins, then Tyler Gibbs, then Jamie McCoy, then Kyle Cheney. So Kyle Cheney moved into 5th spot, but that's our top 5 for the Optima Batteries leaderboard.
And that is the 823 there. That is Levi Metzinger just crossing the line as well. As the action continues here at the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am at the Mid-America Off-Road here in Jay, Oklahoma. Another vehicle makes its way around, chased by one of our drones. And crosses the line, and that is the 143 of Tyler Remereed.
We have Jason Berry tuning in and Chris Forrest here on site. Thanks for everybody checking everything out. What a great day of racing it is here at Visions presented by Can-Am.
Yeah,
there's Tyler Remereed, our Mid-America Outdoors ambassador.
Yeah, and we just saw Tony Pellery just crossing the line. And there he goes.
Oh, here's a great little section. We called this pinball where they turn in the woods. It was 3 weeks ago, JT and I were out here running around during Memorial Weekend, and we were building course, checking it out, and we found this spot. We're like, this would be a cool spot to go down. It wasn't a trail at ours, so we just kind of went through there, figured it out, came back with chainsaws, made it happen. But it's a steep downhill with lots of trees on each side, and like I said, we named it Pinball. There's Glenn Jung, number 77, bypassing the Amsoil hot pits. There's Thunder Valley. That's where Travis Pastrana and Nitro Circus will be putting on a show later on this week. We're up on the valley right here. It's a great little, lots of elevation changes on here, and you overlook Thunder Valley. There's Wofford, Mitch Wofford, out of Asplin, Tennessee, with Razor Extreme and his Polaris RS1 with America's Motorsports, Trinity Racing, ORB, RCV, C&W Pools, All Things UTV, and Hickman Motorsports. His first race with Ultra4 USA was Rush in 2022, where he got second place. And we need to give a huge shout out to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. And stay tuned, because we will do a post-produced 1-hour special that will be airing soon for this season for Ultra4 USA. So stay tuned for that, and they got some really cool things in the works.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the coverage that these guys are getting, and they deserve it. Some of the best racing in the world you will ever see.
Our next race for Ultra4 USA will be in Pottsville, Pennsylvania at famous Reading Outdoors for our second Eastern Series race, and then we'll end up the year with Nationals in Lake Havasu for Legends of the Fall.
Indeed, as Jake Versey makes his way across the line, completing his second lap and working his way out onto his third.
So speaking of Lake Havasu and Legends of the Fall, this is a do-not-miss race. We'll have Ultra4 USA, F1 boat racing, a rodeo, national music acts, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more. So tune into our social media. We'll be blasting that out for Legends of the Fall in Lake Havasu.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one, Miles. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
And you get to come over for that one, too.
Apparently I am. Very much looking forward to it. As the action continues here at Visions 2023, presented by Can-Am.
And there's a shot of Paul Wolf still working on his Can-Am. He pulled up the line, everything was fine, and it died. He's fighting or troubleshooting a fuel pump. So tough break for Paul Wolf. But he's still in good spirits. There's the 1193.
1793.
1793
Yeah,
of Corey Willis. Thank you, Jim.
That's okay, no problem at all. And if we look at our top five currently, in a fifth position is Levi Metzinger. In fourth position is Jamie McCoy.
In third position is Tyler Gibbs.
In second is Carson Aitkins.
And out front is Cole Clark, driving for Travis Zollinger.
Travis must be sitting at home on the edge of his seat. But if you're going to have a stand-in driver, they don't get much better than Cole Clark.
So again, we keep saying Pro Modified class. What is that? Well, it's based on an OEM chassis. Aftermarket chassis are allowed. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics. 1,000cc engine. Aftermarket turbos are allowed, and up to a 35-inch tire.
And that 35-inch tire makes such a big difference.
Especially with all these ruts that are developing.
Exactly, but just looking at a lot of these cars I think are running sort of 33s, 34s, something around there. I don't think there's that many out there on 35s. Or you might call me different.
I think there's quite a few 35s, actually.
But that's the difficulty, isn't it? What do you prep for? Do you use those 34-inch tyres or 33s and have that hard acceleration in and out the corners, or do you go for the 35s and have that ground clearance?
Ground clearance and a little bit more suspension, technically, because the tire, when they sponge up, that helps you a little bit as well. But the ground clearance is obviously the most important part of it. And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week here for Ultra4 USA. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend Jim Marsden from England.
Always a pleasure.
Where exactly are you from over in England?
I'm from about an hour south of London.
Nice.
And no, I don't know the Queen.
That's a good question. I was going to ask you that.
I don't know the King either, for that matter.
And there's a great shot of the Spider Track backstretch. Such a fun, wide-open hayfield. Great passing opportunities. There are 5 either-ors all over this course, and they are using it all. In such look at the course, how burned in it is. We do have a GPS file for this course, but I don't think there's going to be any issues of you needing a GPS unless you have a few dangers that are marked. But other than that, the course is so burned in, you can't miss it.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is such a fantastic course. There's a little bit of everything out there. And our drone's bringing us fantastic footage here as this car works its way around through these woods. It really is absolute off-road perfection. I love this, Miles. This is so good.
Fantastic. And I hear more horsepower coming through the woods. Water trucks watering down the Brannock Bowl.
Just waiting to get a visual.
And that is the 4924 of William Lunchbox Thomas. With Twin Peaks Racing and his Can-Am, PPEI tuning, Double E suspension, Ultimax belts, KWI clutching, Ignite fuel, HMX exhaust, TQR fabrication, and graphics. There's a shot of somebody's car. I think somebody's camera's taking a little bit of a nap.
It does look that way. And our top 5 at the moment, in 5th position, is Levi Metzinger.
And 4th is Jamie McCoy.
In 3, it's Troy Glibbs.
In 2nd place is Carson Atkins.
Tyler Gibbs, I should have said. And in 1st place right now, driving for Travis Solinger, it is Cole Clark.
There's a great shot of the Nitro Cross area right there in the center of our screen. Just to the right is the pit bikes. They'll be racing as well. I haven't mentioned that, but
I've got to
the
say,
pit bikes are pretty wild as well.
Yeah, have you seen the tents for the Nitro?
Yeah, they're pretty
amazing,
pretty wild.
Aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, the cars are impressive. The tents are impressive. Is there anything that isn't impressive?
And the right in the center of our screen heading down is part of a race course for Ultra4 USA. And in the center right there at the top, you can see the little S-curves. That is 4Fest. It's kind of a off-roading 101. You can bring your side-by-side, your Jeep, your Bronco, your Toyota, and go out there. I believe they have times that are posted on their site, but you can go out there and get a little 101 off-road explanation, kind of a little class.
And there is one of our race cars right now.
Heading back towards Thunder Valley.
Indeed. And they'll drop down. They'll be running alongside the edge of a stream in a moment.
What a great race we have on our hands. And we need to give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, and Good Boy Vodka.
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, Laser Nut,
Spider Tracks, Brannock Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Wheeling.
Fun Haver Off-Road, King of the Hammers, American Outdoor Events, and the Off-Road Syndicate. So please support who supports the sport. There's a great shot of the little ridge atop of Thunder Valley. It's
that's a
yellow
fantastic
car
section.
that's either McCoy or Cheney, possibly. He'll take a hard right and head up towards pinball. This is another super fast section as one of our camera guys is getting the angles on everybody.
Drones are really changing the way that we cover these races.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. I remember my producer, it was probably 7 or 8 years ago when the drones first came out. He's like, I hate these drones, whatever. And now, shoot, half of our cameras are drones. It's amazing the technology they are bringing us.
Yeah, it's the 220 there of Alan Burton.
And
We've
this
just
is
had crossing the line.
For his first Ultra4 USA race. Right behind him is the 490 of Peyton Isabel and Ricky Wood with his Can-Am X3 with MTS, Raceline, Sandcraft, and Rugged Race Radios.
And I don't think we're far off, Miles, from seeing our current race leaders coming back round to the Brannock Bowl.
There's a great shot of the Amsoil hot pits. On the outside of the burned-in line is Hot Race Course, and inside there's an entrance and an exit. It's 25 miles an hour. It just kind of follows the curve of the racetrack. It's laid out pretty nice. The Amsoil hot pits have been very, very busy.
Yeah, it's starting to spread out now. We're starting to see.
We started off with 30 UTVs in the Pro Modified class. There's Jake Godfrey coming into screen. Little bit off pace, I feel. But the water truck did just come through, so maybe it's a little slicker than he wants to handle.
Yeah, that can be very off-putting. You come around the corner, you're used to it being bone dry, and then all of a sudden you're snaking across the course as you're taking the top layer off.
But we did cover that in the driver's meeting, saying be careful for that because we are going to water pretty heavy here at the race line start-finish. For all of our spectators that are here enjoying it. And we got another coming out. Looks like missing a left rear tire. So that is Mike Park. Tough break for him. And getting passed right now by the 118 of Matthew Walraven. So those are two teammates battling out. But tough break for him. He'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits. Or I hope he does.
Yeah, and I think that was the mistake I made on the start line earlier. I think it was Matthew Walraven I saw when I actually called it as Terry Madden because one's 118 and the other one's 188.
That's easy to do.
Yes.
They're both Can-Ams.
Yep. So sorry there to Matthew Walraven. Easy mistake to make, though. And still more action as we look out on course. 2 more cars crossing the line. And that is, I believe, Travis Zollinger.
Physical race leader out for another lap. We've been racing for just shy of an hour and a half plus a white flag.
And it's amazing how this field is starting to really spread out now. So we're waiting to see what the gap is now between Cole Clark and Carson Aitkins. We see that Carson's due to be crossing the line very soon. We're getting our little heads up.
What a great race we have on our hands for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Weeks during the Ultimax Belts 4900 Pro Modified class. And here comes Carson Atkins. Physical in second place for this race.
But I think he's going to take the lead here. I think he's got this. I think he's going faster. And look at that. Yeah, Carson Aitkins, he goes into the lead on adjusted time. 8 seconds.
Check out the Optima battery leaderboard, and it is Carson Atkins bumping out Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark. Wow, and it looks like, 8 seconds on their last lap? Very impressive.
It is indeed. So great run there from Carson Aitkins. He's running one of the Yamahas. So it's running a sequential style gearbox rather than the CCV style we see on the Can-Ams. And that's Jamie McCoy just crossing the line. We just saw a minute ago, so it looks like Jamie McCoy is going to move up the leaderboard into 3rd position physically and in 3rd on adjusted time.
Looks like Jamie McCoy is about 1:37 behind Zollinger and Atkins.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. Look at this. The lap times are really starting to fall away now. So we're seeing, obviously...
that's what yes.
So it's looking at these lap times. We're down to over 15 minutes now. And I can tell you, as we continue to watch the action from the live pits, that Carl Cheney has just crossed the line.
So let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard once again. In 4th position is Kyle Cheney.
In 3rd position is Jamie McCoy.
In 2nd position is Travis Zollinger, driven by Cole Clark.
Indeed, and in 1st at the moment is Carson Aitkins.
And you know Carson Atkins' dad is in the Amsoil hot pits, going over his rugged race radios, tell him everything that's going on. Carson Atkins has a good race in his hands with that Yamaha with Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, Fox, and Dave on Racing.
There's still so much more action here to come.
Thank you.
As we continue to watch
the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week here for Ultra4 USA during the Ultimax Belts 4900 Pro Modified class. That should be
Got it.
look at this. There's cars leaving the pits now.
That was Mike Park, I believe, coming out of the Amsoil hot pits. He was the one that came out with another left rear tire missing. We've seen that quite a few. So where is that spot? We saw Nathan Parker with missing a left rear. We saw Kyle Cheney with a flat left rear. Mike Park with a flat left rear. Is there one spot, or is it just a lot of spots out there that keep biting these guys and gals? As we got a hard left heading down into pinball.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lap times. 44.33. It's a pretty fast lap time. Still our fastest lap so far of the day was Nathan Parks.
That's overall 44. So the fastest lap is 14:45. No, 14:39.
I'm going to disagree with you there, but
yeah, we can do that every once in a while.
But our current race leader at the moment on adjusted time is Carson Aitkins.
And the fastest lap of the day is still Nathan Parker with that 14:06.
Indeed,
and that was the last race.
It was in the last race, and just shows us how much this course is breaking down. And coming just out of the Brannick Bowl right now, it is the 4:28.
That would be Tony Polari, BDD Tony with Travis Pope. with Bad Batch Racing and his CA Technologies Can-Am, OBOR Tires, RCV, Bullet Wheels, BP Pipeline, Landview Management, and Strickland Logging.
And we've got some racing going on behind us. There is the 77 and the 101.
So that's Glenn Jung and Todd Beckett.
Making their way through the Brannock Bowl and across the race line, start-finish line.
We are almost creeping up on the 1 hour mark. Remember, this race is an hour and a half plus 1 lap, so at an hour and a half, the white flag comes out. We took off just a little bit after 3. I don't remember exactly what time, but I think we've been racing for right around 50 minutes.
It is indeed, and I'm looking across your shoulder now. I can see a very dejected-looking Paul Wolf walking towards us.
So maybe we'll have him hop on here and have a quick chat and see what's going on. I know he's disappointed, but he was in good spirits earlier. But, hey, he's still got the 4,400 race yet to come.
Yeah, still lots of things and lots of chances of glory for Paul, but still the racing is coming here. It's been a fantastic day of racing.
So I'm going to bring in Mr. Paul Wolf that should be out on course but is not. What happened there, Paul?
I don't know yet.
You said fuel pump at some sort.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with the fuel pump. We pulled up, the car ran great, never had an issue out of it, and literally pulled to the line. And
we saw you sitting there, and then
he gave us the 5 second, and the car just went into limp mode and died.
So you're sitting there, you're getting ready to hit the gas, and the car just shuts off. You're like, whoa!
Yeah, so I didn't even know I really don't know what happened still. And it'll start, and it'll kind of bumble and idle for a second, and then it dies.
I hate to hear that for you, Paul.
So I don't know if the fuel pump just went out,
that's racing. Anything can happen for sure.
Yeah, and it's rare. I own a couple Can-Ams and been racing them for quite a few years, and I've not had one ever go out. So
yeah, that's such a bummer.
Yeah, my initial thought was just a fuse popped. Something happened with the water and stuff. Pre-running, maybe it got a fuse, and so I dug the car apart real quick, and every fuse was good. I looked at all the wires; it looked good. So I don't know. I'll have to find out. It's still starting and kind of bumbling over there right now. So honestly, I walked over here and figured I'd talk to you, and I'm gonna walk back over. If it starts, I'm gonna go.
I get it, but I appreciate you taking out your time because I ran over there and chatted with you, and you still had a big smile on your face. You're like, hey, so if I get this thing going, can I still go out there and get the fastest lap? I was like, I believe so. Obviously, you're going to be multiple laps down, but
I don't care.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care.
There, so.
I want to go out there and run hard with the big dogs. I love your attitude.
So yeah, and like I said, I'm still going to walk over there. I don't know how much time we have remaining. I think we have 40 minutes left still of the race.
We're probably the white flag will be coming out in about a half hour.
About a half hour. So yeah, if it starts when I go back over there,
you're going to take off. Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to take off and just go. If we get those who don't know at home, we get a little bit of hot lap incentive, so we get a little bit of money.
Yeah, fastest lap does take home a check from Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, you don't have to win or finish as long as you make the fastest lap at some point in time. You can take home some money.
So give us a rundown of the rest of your week real quick before you head over. What else are you doing with us? Obviously the 4,400.
Yeah, doing 4,400 for sure. Looking forward to that. A little nervous now because this is a big points race, and I just took myself out of the UTV championship.
Yeah, it's a tough break there, especially double points race.
Yeah. So I'm out on that, but hopefully the 44 goes a lot better, and then we turn around and go to the knockout race tonight.
You're doing that in UTV and 44, or
we'll see on the 44? I'm not sold yet. I got a couple friends over there at Rock Bouncers. I might.
Borrow one of theirs, huh?
Doing a little sub driving, maybe.
I like that.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we're gonna go look at the course. They had a couple really big ditches in the hill, and if the ditches are there, I'll probably opt out because it just slams the car.
The front end just dives right in. It hits too hard.
And there's no way, and you're gonna have to do it to win. And once I start, I'll want to win. And
so you don't want to take yourself out of the 4,400 race tomorrow.
Yeah. If we did it after the 44 race,
You'd be all in.
Yeah. I really think the UFO car will win. So I'd be all over it. But, yeah, with it being before the 4,400 race, I'm just opting. I'm going to look at the course.
That's
what I'm going with.
All right. Well, Paul, always a pleasure having you in there. Good rest of your week. I'm going to let you get over there because if you can take one more lap, I'd for sure do it.
Okay. And who's leading right now, Mr. Atkins?
We have Carson Atkins and Travis Zollinger driving by Cole Clark, Jamie McCoy, Todd Beckett, Tony Polari, Kyle Cheney. He had a flat tire earlier, but he's still pushing strong. Glenn Junn, Corey Willis, Mitch Wofford, and Adam Cutts, top 10.
What's the fastest lap right now?
It is 14:06 by Nathan Parker last race.
Wow.
So the course is obviously falling apart a little bit because that's 39 seconds faster than the Pro Modified class. And you correct me if I'm wrong, but the Pro Mod should beat a stock class car, right?
Absolutely.
And he's got 39 seconds on you, not you, your class.
My class. Yeah, that's impressive.
It's super impressive.
Definitely. And I'm sure the course is coming apart a little bit. You look like you got broken cars out there on screen right now.
There's two of them. It looked like that was Terry Madden up front.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know if they got together and went for a tumble. I hope not. That's a tough break, and that's a hard spot to wreck there. That looks like an open field. So I'm going to go check my car out. Maybe it'll start now. I gave it a few minutes.
Sometimes when it's not working, just walk away, check it out, take a deep breath, and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think it might be vapor locking or something. I don't know what it's doing, to be quite honest. But if it starts, we're going for a ride.
We're going. All right, Paul Wolf, always a pleasure. Thanks for everything, buddy.
Yep, see you. All right, guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now, that wasn't
that's Cam Zollers, it looked like, broken down. Tough break for him. And did you notice that I think it was Terry Madden, I'm speculating, but did you see his helmet on top of the car? That gives the other racers a visual saying, hey, I'm out of the car, I'm okay. Because you want to stop and help your fellow racers if there's an issue, but if you see the helmet on, that's them saying, hey, I'm good, keep on going.
Yeah, something that we actually do when we're in Europe, we have OK boards. So we have to put out a board that says we're okay, or we flip it and it says SOS. So if there isn't actually a board out, that is an indication, therefore, that there is a problem. It would be possibly something that might be worthwhile adopting over here as well. It's a clear indication for cars coming up behind you, and it's just polite just to let them know that you're okay.
There's the water splash he's getting ready to hit.
But that's not the conversation I expected to be having with Paul Wolf today. I was expecting him to be on the podium, if I'm honest. So a real tough break there for Paul Wolf.
And there's Jake Godfrey. It looks like two rear flats. Tires. And he's at the far back end of the course, so he still has a while to go. Wow, well, this course is really starting to eat up these cars. And I've got a visual on Paul Wolf, and it didn't just fire right up for him. So tough break there. We'll see. It looks like he's got about another half hour or so before the white flag comes out.
Yeah, I'm just looking here now, Miles. I don't think we're very far off seeing our race leaders coming back round to complete their fourth lap.
But Carson Atkins, it is his race to lose. But remember, to finish first you must finish.
Absolutely, and that is the 49.24 there of William Thomas, or William Lunchbox Thomas, as you like to call him.
It's a fun thing. Alan added to the little driver's cheat sheet a little nickname column, so I try to keep up with everybody. And remember, the earlier you register, the more time I have to do my homework. So the people that late register, I apologize, I don't have enough time, but so help me help you.
Absolutely. We always say, give us any information you've got. Tell us about your team. Tell us about your family. And tell us what's going on. We really want to know, and we can tell the public at home all about you and your race. And still the action continues here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. As another car comes down into view.
And there's a great shot of Thunder Valley. Ooh, is that? That's going towards the bottom of Thunder Valley right there.
Yeah, that is indeed. This is a wonderful little section here. Then it turns up.
Oh, that's Tyler Rimreed.
Yep.
A Mid-America Outdoors ambassador. He's racing the side-by-side championship series as well. So he's doing a little double duty. I was chatting with him yesterday. Between him and his dad, I think they have 6 or 7 different races going on. But it sounds like he's had a rough weekend on the side-by-side championship series, so we hope to see some better luck over here with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit off pace. We usually expect to see Tyler going a little bit quicker.
Yep, let us know when. Hard right, he'll be heading up this wide open hay field.
Yeah, he's just putting his foot down now.
That's the back section back by the creek. There's the Spider Tracks back stretch.
Now, it looks like this car is coming to a stop. Is this Tyler Rimmereid?
Tyler Rimmereid. Man, he's having a rough weekend,
Yeah.
and it's no lack of trying. Tough break there.
Yeah, now it's interesting that he stopped so close to the racing line. Normally we would advise every driver to get as far off the racing line as possible.
Across the race line start finish was Alan Burton with Burton Boys Racing.
And let's just have a quick look at our top 5 currently. In 5th position is Tony Polari.
In 4th spot is Todd Beckett.
In 3rd is Jamie McCoy.
In 2nd is Travis Zollinger, driven by Cole Clark.
And in 1st position right now at the beginning of the last lap was Carson Aitkins. So there has been some changes there with Tony Polari and Todd Beckett getting ahead of Kyle Cheney.
But look at this. Cole Clark just strips the heads-up loop, so he'll be the first one out here on the Optima Batteries leaderboard.
Yep, he was leading Carson before, but Carson had him on adjusted time. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Carson Atkins started back in 7th spot, so that's roughly 2.5 minutes. Is that Mike Park?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
It is. Mike Park is pulled over off the road. Oh, he starts moving again. Not sure what's going on. Obviously, we're speculating. And it sounds like we have one of our other co-hosts that I usually work with. Mrs. Pam Hall is in the Amsoil hot pits, so we'll see if we can have a check-in with her. So, Pam Hall, what do you have for us down there in the Amsoil hot pits?
Amsoil hot pits. It's been a very, very busy day. You can see the cars coming by me, over behind me on the race course. I haven't been here all day long, but I have heard from all the racers in the pits that it's been busy over here. There has been a lot of tire changes. We did run into Mike Park, who had to replace his whole rear hub on his car because he hit a fence and had some barbed wire wrapped around it. But it's been a busy day out here. There's going to be more action coming through, so we'll be back to you here in a little bit. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam. And yeah, there's a lot of gotchas out there. This used to be an old cattle farm, so there is some fencing out there on course, and it sounds like he got tangled up a little bit. Tough break, but at least he got back. There's Alan Burton back on screen.
Okay, and we've had our top 2 have already tripped the line. So Cole Clark is currently sitting in 1st position overall, but 2nd on adjusted time. And Carson Aitkins on adjusted time is still our race leader. But I can tell you that Jamie McCoy is making his way up through, and we're expecting to see Jamie McCoy crossing the line any time now. In fact, as I look behind me, I can actually see Jamie McCoy has just crossed the line.
So our Optima Batteries leaderboard, it is Carson Atkins out front.
Yeah, then in 2nd on adjusted time, it is that man who just crossed the line, Jamie McCoy.
And then Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark.
And it does look like Kyle the Ghost Cheney is making his way through.
Wow.
He has tripped the line, and we expect to see him crossing anytime soon. So it looks like he will be moving up into 4th position. But let's not forget, we've also got Todd Beckett out there, Tony Polari, who are running behind, who are running a superb pace. Now, has Kyle Cheney got a problem? Because we would normally expect him to be out there and dominating.
Well, he had a flat tire early on, and he's been battling out. So I do think there goes Kyle Cheney. So he looks like he's on pace. I think he had that flat tire earlier, and that cost him some time. But, man, Kyle Cheney could still get in there. We'll see what happens. And I do see Paul Wolf on a winch rope. So he is calling his race. Tough break for Paul Wolf, but we'll see him tonight at the Knockouts, and we'll see him tomorrow at the 4400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah, it's always sad to see that happen. Particularly to a guy like Paul Wolf, who really, this is his life. Off-road racing is his life. Ultra4 is his life. So tough break for him. And still the action continues here. And crossing the race line start-finish line was car 519. That was Nelson Sparks. Nelson started back down in 30th position earlier today.
We qualified yesterday for today's racing.
And Nelson Sparks has made his way back up into 16th position and is currently a lap down on our race leaders. Now this is going to be interesting. Todd Beckett has tripped our loop and he'll be coming into the start-finish zone up through the Brannock Bowl very soon.
Unofficial 5th place. So a great run by our top 5. In 5th place is Todd Beckett.
Now, it's going to be interesting. I've got a feeling that Todd Beckett is actually going to knock Kyle Cheney down further.
On adjusted time, I think you're right, Jim.
Yeah, Todd Beckett started in 19th position, let's not forget. So he's got a few minutes to play with, but he looks off pace as he comes across the line.
That is actually Mike Park.
That is Mike Park. So, no, here we go. This is Todd Beckett.
And he is on the gas, making some moves.
The gas. Yep.
Remember, they did take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time, and the white flag should be coming out here in the next 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, Todd Beckett, he doesn't just jump ahead of Carl Cheney. He doesn't just jump ahead of Cole Clark. He jumps ahead of Jamie McCoy. Todd Beckett, on adjusted time, is currently second on course.
Wow, Todd Beckett having a great race. So what happened with Cole Clark? He was running such a good race. He's still moving, but he's a little bit off pace now. What happened?
This is what I was saying. I was expecting Carl Cheney to be making some moves. He's not the kind of guy who sits back, and he's running what I would call average pace. Okay, he's usually running out there pace.
Yeah,
so
you can't catch him. He hasn't lost an Ultra4 USA race yet this season, but it's looking like he may lose his first Ultra4 USA race.
So maybe he's got a broken shaft. Maybe he's got something else going on. It'd be interesting to find out later, that's for sure.
Another car coming up towards the Brannick Bowl.
The other one is, of course, he's just saving the car. He's trying not to get any flat tyres, drive a safe pace, and then he's going to attack on the last lap.
That could absolutely be it. Can't quite tell who this one is. I believe that's Tony Polari, the number 428. Oh, and the drone finally caught a tree.
Drone down.
And yes, that is Tony Polari, the number 428, BDD Tony.
Yeah, so Tony Polari's going to be crossing the line now.
That beautiful CA Technologies Can-Am.
Yeah, and Tony Polari is sitting in 6th position. He's just dropped down a couple of places there from where he was previously sat. So our top 6 right now on adjusted time. In 6th is Tony Polari.
In 5th is Kyle Cheney.
In 4th is Travis Zollinger being driven by Cole Clark.
In 3rd position is Jamie McCoy.
In 2nd is Todd Beckett, who is on a flyer right now.
But out front still is Mr. Carson Atkins in that Yamaha.
Fantastic race action here.
So much fun going on. Lots of chatter on the Rugged Race radios.
Oh, look at this. Big water splash there.
He definitely checked up for that one. He's tired of getting wet. I've seen a few people fly through there trying to skim it.
Yeah, there is some big water holes out there on this course. But that also does help you in many ways as well. So tomorrow, some of those guys, they might be really grateful of that. Try and cool those transmissions down. Try and cool those engines down. 2 hours on this course for those 4,400 cars is going to be
brutal.
Brutal indeed. We are going to see a lot of breakages, that's for sure. But the one thing I'm really liking is that the course is holding up from the point that we're not seeing that huge amount of dust that we saw last year.
Yeah, last year it was a 5-mile course and it was super dusty. We have gotten lucky and had a couple rainstorms earlier this week.
Yep.
And we lengthened the course to 8 miles. We tried to split up the UTVs to have less cars on course, and so far so good. The course does look good. It's getting chewed up. It's attacking some cars, but like you said, the dust, it's looking a lot better than it was last year.
It is indeed. Yes, there's rumours of visions of JT Taylor running around naked the other night doing rain dances. It's not a vision that we need, but it did seem to work.
Whatever it takes.
Absolutely.
Don't forget you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to have the same timing we have here at the Can-Am desk.
And we still got plenty of racing to come on later today. We've got the 4600 stock Spider Tracks class.
And that's going to be a fun one. There's over 10 cars in that class. We have some Jeeps, we have some Toyotas, we have some Broncos. It's going to be a fun race to watch, so make sure you don't go anywhere and tell everybody you know. Download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.TV, Ultra4 USA, and Mid-America Outdoors Facebook. Hit up our YouTube channels, share it, start a watch party, hashtag it up.
Yeah, and on the front row of the grid for that one will be Lauren Healy and Sergio Pilanos.
And then it's Mick Henson and Doug Lanford.
Followed by Derek Osler and Albert Contreras.
Roger King, then John Rance.
Then Tom Biddle and Adam Colan.
And coming from the back is Brexton Glines.
As still the action continues here.
Oh, there goes Zach Pollard across the race line start-finish.
And we're an hour into this race now. An hour and a half in total, plus the white flag.
I hear some horsepower coming up towards the Brannick Bowl. And it is Mitch Wofford in that single seat. Just saw his dad, Jason Wofford, win his class.
Yeah, we're just looking here on our leaderboard. It does look like Terry Madden has had some problems.
So that probably was him with that car with his helmet on the top of his Can-Am. Tough break for him. Mitch Wofford, we just saw, is in that 8th position.
Yeah, that's a real tough break for Terry. We saw him on that first lap moving from 21st up to 11th.
Here comes Adam Kutz across the race line start-finish. Oh, another car broke down on the side of the road. Couple of them. Oh, that's the Terry Madden and whoever else was there. I believe Cam Zollers, if I'm not mistaken. Here comes Jake the Blonde Ambition Versey. Number 43 with his Polaris Razor. Fox Shocks, KMC Wheels, XComp Tires, RCV, Pro Armor, Rigid, HCR, Fueled UTV, HP Tuners, and ClearTech.
And Jake's been racing with us for many years now. Always good to see him out on track. And he always gives it 100%. That looked like Glenn John there crossing the line.
So I just got tagged from Terry Madden on Instagram, and he is out of the car, so that's definitely him back there. So tough break for him. But, hey, he's still got a lot of action yet to come this week. He's helping with Nitro Cross, Nitro Rally. There's a great shot of the ridge up above. Thunder Valley. Got another car coming into the Amsoil hot pits. I know we have Pam Hall down there. We'll be checking in with her off and on. And then she'll go down and give away those beautiful LaserNut 360 wrap trophies. Thanks to Cody Wagner with LaserNut and 360 wraps. And then if you want, you can order a replica trophy for any of your sponsors or your team members. Hit up Cody Wagner with LaserNut.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am. We are here at Mid-America Off-Road at Jay, Oklahoma.
And this is the 4900 Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts.
It's been a fantastic day of racing so far, and we've still got lots more racing to come.
You can see the Optima leaderboard in your top left of your screen.
And right now, it's all about that man, Carson Atkins.
Can he keep the car together? This is his race to lose.
It is right now, and it's been a poison chalice, that first place, all day today.
But Carson's been sitting there for the last, I want to say 2 or 3 laps, so he's looking good. We'll see when he comes through next. We've been racing just over 1 hour.
Yeah, so it's an hour and a half of racing plus the white flag. What does that mean? That means when the hour and a half is up, as soon as the next car comes through, they will receive the white flag for the final lap, and then every car after that will receive the same white flag, no matter how many laps they've achieved.
We haven't heard much from Jay Shaw earlier, our pole setter. He left out early with a great run going. So tough break for him. We saw Paul Wolf not take the line. Kyle Cheney had a flat tire, had some issues. Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark are off pace a little bit. Dustin Robbins, we saw him drop out early. I mean, the top heavy hitters, this course has been really tough on them.
Yeah, this is a very tough course indeed. We were talking about it earlier. These ruts are getting deep. They're very, very brutal. And there's a lot of rock in this ground. It's not actually easy for these vehicles to be able to get traction down, so they're having to work really hard.
Hey, how's it going, Miles?
I'm doing great, James. Always a pleasure to have you in the booth with me. You were a remote in Montana with us.
Yeah, that was a great time hanging out here, watching all the track work get done. While there was some great racing going on in Montana.
It was pretty cool, and the technology that they're bringing with us. Pam and I were all the way in Montana. We were able to toss back and forth with you at the headquarters here at Mid-America. You gave us some great insight. You were, sometimes during the race it's a little tricky to pay attention to other stuff, and you were off the air sometimes doing your homework, giving us some tidbits. So a huge thanks to that, and just keep everything going. Always a pleasure. You had a great race going, but what'd you end up? I think fourth.
We ended up sixth in class.
Okay.
We ended up having a flat on the last lap that really put us behind. Lost brakes about 2 miles in, so we really struggled all day. But it was a great course.
It's
JT
fast.
did an
It's
awesome
flowy,
job.
It's
It's
awesome.
fast. It's flowy. It's rough. There's a lot of get you.
So you were supposed to race 4,400, but the car didn't get ready. But you were still coming anyways, and then you hop in a UTV. I mean, you'll race anybody's stuff, won't you?
Yeah, Brian Hamby couldn't make it, called me, asked me if I'd hop in his UTV. Like you say, we were planning on running the 4,400s. We were planning on being out here too, but some parts didn't come in. We didn't get all the prep work done, and
That's weird. You didn't have it prepped in time. I just don't understand that.
Man, I know. It's not even my car, and I still have problems getting it prepped. We just ran into a couple last-minute issues, and I decided to just come out here and focus on getting a good finish for Brian and his car.
And that's what you did, exactly.
Yeah.
So 0 seat time in that car, but UTV is a UTV, so I'm sure it handles differently, or very similar, but I'm sure there's some differences.
Yeah, it's a little different getting in somebody's car when you don't get a lot of seat time. That's a lot of the game out here. Everybody gets in, gets real comfortable with their car, and you can really push the pace, especially with the speed that everybody has now. You gotta be
they are
comfortable,
fast.
You got to have your A game. It's got to be your day. You got to have no problems. I mean, it's got to be a solid day for you to get a good win out here.
And speaking about a solid day, that is Carson Atkins, our physical race leader and on adjusted time. He started in that 7th position, so it's looking really good for Carson Atkins. We're sneaking up on that minute 15 mark, so he'll get at least one more lap, possibly 2, before the white flag comes out. Carson Atkins in that Yamaha, you can see him shifting gears, getting a little slideways, but Carson Atkins taken out for another lap at the race line, start-finish.
Yeah, Carson's been working on that car for about 3 or 4 years, getting all the bugs worked out. I mean, he's always shown a whole lot of speed. He's just had some real bad mechanicals take him out at a lot of races.
Yeah, he was leading at Rush. He was leading at Rush. That's all I got to say. And was doing a great race. And then it was something stupid like a tie rod, I think.
Yep.
But tough break there.
Yeah, and it shows you how hard this game is that we all run. I mean, you got to have your stuff together, and it comes down to luck.
I mean, you have to be a good driver. You have to have a good car. But just like you said, you have to have luck as well.
Yeah, it's either your day or it's not. Everybody puts in 110%, comes with the best they can, and either your stuff stays together or it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely. So we're watching the 4900 Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts, but this is the 2023 Can-Am Vision Weeks. So outside Ultra4 USA, what is your favorite part about Mid-America Outdoors? There's so much other stuff going on.
Man, there's been the bull ride last night was awesome. That's
It
one
was
of the
fun,
best
yeah.
rodeos I've ever been to. Can't wait for tonight. We got the Pro Rock Knockout. That's going to be awesome.
And they're doing backflips on a jet ski in the pond right next to it.
Right next to it. I mean, this place, it's amazing what Jason's built and the shows they put on all week long. It's really a whole family event. My family came to the first race they came to in a while. I mean, because all the amenities out here.
And mine too. They're probably still at the pool watching the race from the lazy river.
And like most of the races we go to, we're camping in fields. Come out here, you got pools, you got everything you can think of, and keep the kids entertained the whole time.
Yeah. So you'll go watch the Pro Rock and the water show tonight.
Yep, my weekend's done. We're here to hang out and have fun, go lay by the pool tomorrow and hang out and enjoy all the stuff he's got going on. Nitro Circus this weekend.
It sounds pretty rough to be old James Cantrell.
I mean, it's a rough weekend. Come out here. I mean, there's a great crowd out here. It's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, we have the Barbie. Well, let's get you on a Barbie Jeep. I'll get you in there. I know they tried getting me. I said
you were 20 years younger. You know we would be on Barbie Jeeps.
Oh, absolutely. I was on it 20 years ago, and it was fun. But yeah, getting old, bummer.
I know, we got to get old, get roll cages, racing seats, nothing that can really get us hurt so we can go to work on Monday.
Exactly. Here comes is that Kyle Cheney, I believe, and Jake Godfrey? It is.
Yep, that is Cheney.
Kyle Cheney is really stepping it up. So Kyle Cheney just moves into 3rd spot right behind Jamie McCoy. While we were chatting, we missed Jamie McCoy come through. So the Optima Batteries leaderboard unofficial right now is Carson Atkins, Jamie McCoy, then Kyle Cheney. Todd Beckett's not too far back, so he's going to move up and bump Kyle Cheney down, I believe.
Yeah, it's got a great race going on. It's good to see McCoy back up front. He's had bad luck the last year and a half. He's had some really bad mechanicals, just fluke stuff that happens. It's good to see him running out front again, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Kyle's
And he's
always
fast in the woods, both of them.
Both of them. Kyle and Cheney both came, McCoy and Cheney both came from GNCC racing. So anytime,
and that's woods racing only, so that's
woods,
exactly what we're doing
woods.
here.
Like the woods we run are like highways compared to the GNCC stuff, so it's a total different.
And it sounds like Pam Hall is in the AMSOIL hot pits. So, James Cantrell, always a pleasure having you. Thanks for coming up. We'll see you this weekend.
Yes, sir, Miles. Enjoy your week.
Absolutely. Thanks, James Cantrell. But, Pam, what do you got for us in the AMSOIL hot pits?
Hey, everybody. I am here with Cade Rod over here in the pits for Cole Clark. But Cole Clark is running for Travis Zollinger. He's been running a great race out here today, but some issues have set in. Cade, give us a little rundown of what happened with Cole.
Man, he was putting down burners. He was running good. He was running up in the front, and then him and Carson were like a second apart. And we just said stay at that pace. He caught lap traffic and lost like a minute, and it pushed him back to fourth. He was trying to make up a bunch of time, and the exhaust broke off, and it melted some wires, so it just shut the car off. So I think we're done and out. It's a super bummer because he was hauling the mail, and he was putting together a really good race. We were going to tell him to turn it on there at the end and just burn it down, and he was going to. It's a bummer, but I know he's going to be in good spirits. He's going to be all right.
And that's what racing is. The attrition setting in out here. I just arrived here just a little bit ago, but I keep seeing a lot of tires have been an issue. But with Cole having that problem out there, I know it's a super bummer. But we know Travis isn't here, so let us know why Travis isn't racing his race.
Travis is having a baby, correct? Yeah, so he has to stay, and his wife's having a baby, and so he hit up Cole and asked if he'd race his car, and Cole was super stoked because the car's sick. That he's never had hydro steer in his old car, so he loves it out here. He's able to duck in and out of the trees, which he couldn't really do in his car. So Cole was having a blast. He was killing it. He was running a perfect race almost, and just that's racing. Unfortunate times happen and things happen, and it's a bummer, but.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But thanks for getting on here and talking with us. Good luck in your race tomorrow as well. But guys, Jim, Miles, back to you.
Thank you, Pam. From the AMSOIL hot pits, talking with Cade Rod about Travis Zollinger and Cole Clark. So kind of dive a little deeper into that, Jim.
Yeah, well, we're just listening to Cade there, and he was just saying that the problem that Cole had is it sounds like the exhaust has broken away. He was pushing really hard, and what happens is these cars vibrate. As they vibrate, they create stresses and fractures, and it sounds like the exhaust has broken away, fallen down onto some wiring and melted or chafed through the wiring. So real tough luck there for Cole, and real tough luck there for Travis, who'll be watching from home. So, yeah, still plenty of racing here to come. Just looking at my clock right now, it is 4:31. I think is not very far off. It is an hour and 21 into the race, and I don't think it's going to be very long before we see our race director, JT Taylor, approaching the line with a white flag. There's Godfrey Racing crossing the line.
Jake Godfrey still moving. We saw him a little off pace earlier, but right now he was absolutely on pace. There's a great shot of the Brannick Bowl. Just to the left of that, around the corner is the hideout. We have a Jumbotron. We have 2 food trucks, 16 flushable toilets with air conditioning here up here in the prairie. What a beautiful place it is here at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Can-Am Visions. And this is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest. But it sounds like we have more racing action down in the hot pits. The one and only Pam Hall is down there. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
Going on, but behind me is Mike Park's pit. They are changing another right or left rear flat. He came in earlier, and they had to change out a whole hub. So, unfortunate for Mike Park, but he's back out on course. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Always good to hear from you, getting these little reports, these little bit of knowledge. It's the kind of way that we can build a picture of this race, and that's what we're doing right now. We're building a picture of what's going on out there. And what a race we've got here now, Miles. We're getting towards the pointy end of this race, and at the moment, it's Carson Aiken's race to lose.
Yeah, he's got such a great race. Oh, but look, on adjusted time, Todd Beckett just bumped out Carson Atkins. Todd's been pushing super hard. So, wow, Carson Atkins, you better stay on your A game. You better get that rugged race radio and say, hey, you better start pushing because Todd Beckett just took it on adjusted time.
Well, let's run down through our top 5 as they cross over to complete their 5th lap. In 5th position is Tony Polari.
In 4th spot is Kyle Cheney.
In 3rd is Jamie McCoy.
In 2nd is Carson Atkins.
And on adjusted time right now, it's that young man. It is Todd Beckett, who is currently leading the race on adjusted time.
And that is our Optima Batteries leaderboard. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com. to get the same timing we have here at the Can-Am desk.
Yeah, Todd Beckett, he started right the way back in 19th position and has fought his way to the front of the pack on adjusted time. A fantastic run there from Todd Beckett.
There's Corey Willis crossing the race line start-finish.
Just looking at the timings there and just getting an idea of how close everybody is to each other. And it does look like Todd Beckett has got himself a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive what Todd has been doing. He started all the way back in 19th position.
Yeah, and we're talking about this attrition. We're talking about all of these things. Now, Cade Rodd came up with a point there. He was going to tell his boy Cole Clark to really stand on it on the last lap. What have Jamie McCoy and Carl Cheney got in the bank? We know these guys are incredibly quick when they want to be. Are they saving these vehicles for a final lap mad rush?
And here's something also pretty interesting. It's all Can-Ams in the top 8 except for Carson Atkins, who's physically in that second position. So Can-Am, those cars are really making a strong showing here.
Yeah, and that's the 645 car crossing the line right now.
Of Zach Pollard. Right behind him is Mitch Wofford. His dad, Jason Wofford, just won the stock class. And Jason Wofford also won in Rush, Kentucky. So Jason Wofford has a great season going for him here with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, it's so good to see. And what a race this has been. Let's not forget 30 cars left the line earlier this afternoon. It should have been 31, but Paul Wolf, literally his car just failed to run as there was a 5 second
before
count.
The green flag. Tough break for him. But we talked to him. He's in good spirits. He's going to do a little knockout racing tonight, and then he'll be racing tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. for the 4400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Now, you were chatting to Paul about the knockout racing, and I was getting the impression that he might not do the knockout racing.
So, no, what he said is he's going to race his UTV in it for sure because he's got a separate hill climb UTV.
Gotcha.
And he may or may not do the 4400 car. But if he doesn't do the 4400, he may try to borrow a bouncer. So we'll see. Paul Wolf,
that would be very interesting.
Paul Wolf, if he's at a race, he's going to race everything he can.
Okay, as the action keeps coming, we're going to pass on down to Pam Hall, who's down in the pits, and she's got Jake Godfrey down there with her. So, Pam, what have you got for us?
All right, down here in the Amsoil hot pits, once again, Jake Godfrey, this is not where we want to see you out of your car, but you are a little bit damp. You've lost your brakes. Tough break for you, but did you have fun on this race? Oh, wait, we have a racer here. So here's what can happen. When a racer needs assistance on a race course, another racer that is registered can help. And that is exactly what's happening right here. Jake Godfrey just came in the hot pits because he lost his brakes on his car, but he also is having tire issues. He came in running 32-inch tires and ended up with a 35-inch tire on it. But here we see them helping out over here, going to change a tire. Pretty awesome to see the teamwork. Everybody around us is cheering him on. So, Miles and Jim, back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam, and I absolutely love the sportsmanship with Ultra4 USA, and as Pam was saying, this is a no-chase race, no outside assistance except for fellow racers or Ultra4 USA staff. So he's a racer. He's still in the race. He's in the hot pit, so he can actually run out, but his pit crew cannot. But since he's a registered race car driver, he can go anywhere on course and help anybody. So it's pretty cool to see him run over to their pits, and that's the class act of Jake Godfrey. Love it.
Yeah, I love this style of racing. And we keep saying this. Everybody wants to race as hard as they can out on the course, and that means we'll give everybody as much help as we can in the pits, make sure they're out there on course racing against us.
There's a great shot of the Brannick Bowl right before the race line start-finish line. And something else new for the 2023 season, all registered racers will receive the AirVac eLife lifetime free of charge from Mid-America Outdoors and the Robinettes.
Yeah, I've got to say, that's absolutely remarkable. This was mentioned to me the other day. So free AirVac if you've raced with 2 races with Ultra4. Free fully paid for by the Robinettes. I think that's absolutely remarkable, and they need to be applauded for that.
Yeah, for sure, because they understand without the racers, you can't have a race. So they want to take care of them, and racing is dangerous. We all know that. You put a helmet on, you strap down, you know there's always a chance because you're pushing the limits. So having that area evac available is really, really wonderful from the Robinettes.
Yeah, absolutely. Always make sure that your health insurance is up to date. And always make sure your safety gear is up to date. The number of drivers I see who have small tears in race suits and bits and pieces like that, it's really important that you get that sorted out. You shouldn't be out there without the right gear.
USAC has been really helping us up, clarifying some of the safety situations. They've been doing a safety tech before each race, and they kind of switch it around. Liam O'Donnell, 23, will pick up 3 or 4 safety items to inspect on every single car. So as you register, you have to go through a safety tech with USAC, and it's really helping to improve some situations. I know the head and neck restraint was a ticket this time, and it was very interesting on how many people had their head neck too loose. So he was explaining how to adjust it to you.
Yeah, and what you can also do, as I run a NeckGen system, you can actually speak to NeckGen, and they will actually tell you the length of the cord that you need, because we're all different people. We're all different shapes and sizes. Don't just think that the one you get out of the box is going to be the one that fits you. Okay, equally, doesn't always attach to the hands post on your helmet is not always the best place for them to be. So if you need help, get professional advice on how to set up your neck and head restraints. It's so important, and it makes a massive difference.
And I love this. The Amsoil Hot Pits, that's Jake Godfrey's co-driver, I believe, running back and forth, helping out. That looks like it's helping out Mike Park over there.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
So how cool is that? I love the vibe with Ultra4 USA. Everybody wants to help everybody out on course. It's not just a me thing. Obviously, if you're battling for the win, go out and battle. But in the pits, everybody is there to help everybody.
Yeah,
I love that about Ultra4 USA.
Now, I wonder what they were changing. Do you think they were changing a belt? It was certainly that side.
Yeah, something's going on. I saw a jack and a tire at first, so that's part of it.
Could be a drive shaft. Could be any one of a number of things. And the racing continues here at the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am.
So there you can see the flat tire. Did the tread come off and tear up something else? I am not sure, but they're definitely trying to work on that.
And as the racing continues here, right, as we continue here with the racing, our top 5 at the moment. In 5th position is Tony Polari. In 4th is Carl Cheney. In 3rd is Jamie McCoy. In 2nd is Carson Atkins. And right now it's all about that man, Todd Beckett, who's absolutely on a flyer. We're going to be starting to see some of our race leaders coming back through very, very soon. And I can see our race director, JT Taylor, walking towards the start line right now with a white flag. So we are nearly at the final lap of this race. And he will be waiting for our race leader, who I believe our physical race leader is going to be Carson Atkins, I believe, coming around very soon. But we will find out shortly.
So JT Taylor, our race director, is over there with the white flag. When's it coming out, and who's it coming out for?
Well, I was just looking at that right now. Last time, first across the line was, of course, Carson Atkins. Is he still going to be physically our race leader?
But Todd Beckett is really pushing strong out there. What a great race for the 4900 Ultimax belt Pro Modified class.
Absolutely. Now, there's so much that could happen on this final lap. We've been talking about this. What has Jamie McCoy got left in the bank? What has Kyle Cheney got left in the bank?
He can throw a burner down. It's going to be interesting.
It is, but are they close enough to want to be able to do that? They're all wanting to get on that podium. They're all wanting championship points. It's going to be so exciting, this final lap. As we're watching there, Godfrey's taking back the tyres and the jacks to the pits. As soon as they cross that line, they can be assisted by the pit crews. And a very dejected driver or co-driver there. Okay, oh, look at this. That is Kyle Cheney. Now, this is interesting.
Whoa, so where is Todd Beckett? Yeah. Where's Carson Atkins? Where is Jamie McCoy? Kyle Cheney is physically leading this race now. We were just talking about him turning it up, and turning up he did. But, yeah, so Todd Beckett still has adjusted time, I believe. But where's indeed Carson Atkins and Jamie McCoy? Kyle Cheney has turned it up once again. He has not lost an Ultra4 USA race yet this season, and he is giving it all he's got. But look, it looks like a right rear flat tire again for Kyle Cheney. White flag is out for the rest of the drivers. So white flag's out, but Kyle Cheney's heading into the hot pits, so hopefully we can get Pam down there and check it out.
Okay, now, it's worthwhile noting that Kyle Cheney started on the second row of the grid, but on the 10th row of the grid was Todd Beckett in 19th position. So we are going to have around about a 5-minute difference. So we're going to have about a 5-minute difference on adjusted time. So it's going to be interesting to see where Todd Beckett is. And this, of course, is going to hurt Kyle Cheney. He's going to lose at least a minute and a half to 2 minutes here.
Absolutely. They took off 2 at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. And the white flag just flew. We've been racing for an hour and a half right now. So we're probably about 15-ish minutes to seeing Kyle Cheney come back around, but he's in the hot pits, so it'll be probably 17, 18 minutes before the checkered flag comes out.
Yeah,
but like to your thought, Jim, where's Todd Beckett, Carson Atkins, Jamie McCoy?
I'm just looking at the lap times right now, and they're really starting to haul down. There we go. There is Kyle Cheney, and you can see his crew here.
The whole Team Momentum crew doing quick and easy work for a right rear flat tire, but he's still got time. I don't see anybody else popping up on
the but it's adjusted
time,
Miles. We're talking about over 5 minutes. We're not going to be seeing Todd Beckett yet. Every second is going to count, and that's a fast change there from Kyle Cheney's crew.
The whole Team Momentum crew got him in and out of the Amsoil hot pits. What a great run for them. What a great race we have on our hands for the 4900 Pro Modified UTV race presented by Ultimax Belts.
Indeed, so it's Kyle Cheney, the only vehicle currently to be out on his 7th lap. And I'm just looking at the lap times and how they're slowing down. And we're seeing average lap times now of around about the 16 to 17 minutes. It's remarkable. That course must be really breaking down.
It is blowing out for sure. The fastest lap of the day was the young Nathan the Phenom Parker with a 14:06, but he had some issues and did not get the podium, but he had a great run in 14:06. Do you think the big dogs could bust that out? Now watching the Pro Mods, I think that may be the fastest lap of the weekend.
Well, I'm not so sure. Don't forget the big guys tomorrow. We're going to be seeing 40-inch tyres. A 40-inch tyre is a much bigger unit too than what we see.
But with the tight trees, I don't know. We'll see.
And also you have to remember, I suppose, that we are going to have the 4800s out there before the 44s.
They'll tear it up more.
They're going to tear it up with their 37s. So it's going to be very interesting to see as we're more action in the pits.
I still think that 14-minute mark is going to be hard to beat. So Team Momentum's jumping over to help another racer.
Yeah, I think this might be Glenn Jung.
That would be my guess, the blue car.
Yep.
Almost saw a number. See those CT Raceworks arms on the back? No, Glenn Jung's a 77 if I remember right.
Yep, that's correct.
I hear somebody coming in the woods. Who's it going to be?
I'm looking here on my
score. It is Todd Beckett.
This is. I think Todd Beckett still has this on adjusted time. It's going to be very interesting to see for sure.
So physical second place is Todd Beckett coming around the Brannick Bowl, grabbing the white flag for his last lap, and he is battling with, it looks like Adam Cutts possibly. Oh, that's Matthew Walraven.
So Todd Beckett is still our current race leader on adjusted time.
And it looks like it's...
I believe there's a roundabout. So we're
19
looking at
plus 16, so what's that? 35 seconds? Is that right?
Yeah, we're looking at around about. Yes, we are looking at about 35 seconds.
An hour and a half of racing is down to 35 seconds. What a great race we had! In our hands. But remember, Kyle Chaney was in the pit, so that's at least another minute and a half. So now we're up to the 2 to 2.5 minute buffer. So it's going to be down to the wire between Todd Beckett and Kyle Chaney.
And you've got this
where's Carson Atkins?
Exactly. You've got this really interesting situation now. Is Todd Beckett, is he going to get that information from his pit crew telling him, stand on it, or are they going to say, save the car, just get it to the finish? What does Kyle Chaney do? Does he really lay it down now and really throw down the pace? They're going to be talking on their rugged race radios. Their team are going to be pulling it through there and saying to him, hey, Kyle, you need to find 2 minutes.
So now it looks like it's going to be Corey Willis and Tony Polari coming through next. So where is Jamie McCoy and Carson Atkins? Did they get into a little contact and have a little rubbing? But yeah, it's Tony Polari and Corey Willis will be neck and neck at the Brannock Bowl, and there they come out. And it is Corey Willis, physical third and on adjusted time. So Corey Willis has really made some moves. He's got a great run with PPEI
I'm wondering
Racing.
if Tony Polari might have an issue here. He's just
he
coming out. I'm just looking at the front of that car.
That's not him.
No, that's not him.
Tyler Rimmery.
Yeah, that is Tyler. With
And
all
he's
kinds
definitely
of things hanging off the front.
Definitely off pace. Here is Tony Polari with the white flag of flying.
But he's off pace.
He's off pace. Now, the car looks okay, but Tony Polari's a little off pace. Tough break.
Now, are we going to see him come into the hot pits?
So let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard right now. In fourth spot is Tony Polari.
In third, it's Corey Willis. Where does Corey Willis come from?
He's been making moves. And that second spot goes to Kyle Chaney.
And in first position, the man who started in 19th today, it is Todd Beckett, who is all over it right now. As we watch the 222-0 of Alan Burton crossing the line, and he had a right flat, so he'll be heading into the hot pits to join Pam very soon.
We got people tuning in all over the place, so thanks to each and every one of you. One of my buddies, Philip Bladford, is tuned in. Thanks for checking out some Ultra4 USA racing, buddy. Wow, this is going to be a great race all the way to the finish line. So much action has been had today. And don't forget, we still have the 4600 Spider Track stock class coming up.
We do indeed. There's so much great racing still to come. Stay with us. It's going to be brutal. And in fifth position right now, it is Zach Pollard, who has just crossed the line.
And we saw him having some front issues earlier on. Not sure what happened. And it sounds like we have still some action going on in the Amsoil hot pits. So Pam Hall's down there chasing down some more stories. So Pam Hall, what do you have for us down in the Amsoil hot pits?
Down here in the Amsoil hot pits, it's been very, very busy. Tires have been the issue from what I'm seeing over here. Team Momentum has been over here changing almost every single person's tire that they come through here. We did have Kyle Chaney just come through on his last lap. He had a flat as well, which I think that now Todd Beckett is in that lead. But it's been a very busy day over here for everybody. Team Momentum #1. They just have so many tires in their pits. But I'm going to head over to get ready for the awards. So Miles and Jim, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Always insightful when you're down in the Amsoil pits. Great to hear what's going on. Now, Miles, this is going to be an incredible final lap. Who are you choosing?
I mean, it's looking like Todd Beckett's got it, but you can never count Kyle Chaney out. But Kyle Chaney did that 1 to 2 minute tire change, so it's looking like it's Todd Beckett's race to lose. But remember, to finish first you must finish. But Corey Willis coming from the back of the pack with PPEI Racing, so it's a great battle. But the heartbreaker of Carson Atkins, where is he? He was running so strong.
Yeah, this is interesting because Todd Beckett and Corey Willis, they actually started on the start line on the same row of the grid.
That'll be after the 46s take off. No worries, all good, thank you.
So yeah, both Corey Willis and Todd Beckett, they started on the same row of the grid side by side.
Crazy?
Isn't that crazy? And here they are
Oh,
right
we got
now.
one of our side. Is that?
Oh, look at that.
The tire's still spinning. That may be Zach Pollard, I believe. That is right at the bottom of the start of Thunder Valley.
Now, was there contact there between the two vehicles?
I think he was already on his side, so there are definitely ruts that are coming up, and the visual, that is Zach Pollard. I am very, Oh, 100%. 645 of Zach Pollard is on his side on his last lap, crawling through the windshield. And, Jim, guess what? He does not have a co-driver.
No, he doesn't. And this is what we were talking about earlier. You play those dice. You throw those dice, and you have to land them as they are. Now, what's he going to do? Does he have a winch fitted to this vehicle? Can he make a self-recovery?
I mean, and these cars are pretty light. One person maybe be able to, or is he going to try to flag somebody down to get some help?
Well,
so it looks like he's getting the winch out.
Yeah, it looks like he is getting the winch out. Also, the other thing that you can do now, there's some of the jack systems that you can use, jack systems like the AGM system, that you can actually self-right the car using those jacks.
There's a great shot coming up towards the Brannock Bowl.
And if I was in that situation right now, I'd probably be reaching for a jack option rather than the winch, because the winch is just going to drag that nose around.
Well, unless he doesn't have the jack you're talking about.
Well, this is very true.
So here he's coming up out of the woods into the Brannock Bowl. I believe this is going to be Mike Park. And it is Mike Park. He is a lap down, though. We saw him. Who was that just helped him in the hot pits?
Godfrey.
Jake Godfrey, that's right.
So this race is really hotting up now. And our top five right at this moment in 5th position
is Mitch Wofford.
In 4th, it is Tony Polari.
In 3rd, Corey Willis.
In 2nd is Kyle Cheney.
And out front is Mr. Todd Beckett on adjusted time. That is the Optima Batteries leaderboard.
But you know who's missing? Jamie McCoy.
And Carson Atkins.
Exactly.
Both of
Where
them.
have they both gone?
There's Tyler Rimreed. Looks like they're packing up.
Yeah, so that's the radio aerial you see there being put away.
Oh, there's Zach Pollard trying to right himself. Got security over there, make sure everything's safe and sound. So now Zach's going to try to, and that's interesting. So he's going down below his bumper and then up and over the roll cage, trying not to drag the nose around like you're saying. So we'll see if that works.
Exactly, yeah. Now, this is smart, actually. I'm impressed with that.
The drone footage out here at Mid-America Outdoors on this 1,600-acre facility is absolutely amazing. Tyler Rimmery packing up his rugged race radio in the Amsoil hot pits. And look, Zach Pollard's getting closer.
Yep, here he goes.
It's definitely coming up, and I think he's going to ride himself. There he goes. So look, he went through his roll cage. That's actually a pretty smart move there.
It is indeed. Now, the only thing is, as long as you haven't got any sharp edges, now we have different ways of doing that. We have little things called cage links. You just pop them through the cage, pop it out, then you just hook onto that with either a hook link or something like that, and you get the same result.
Hey, you guys like winching a lot more than we do.
Yeah, we do.
But you run whatever terrain you have, and that's what you got, and that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. But no, he was very switched on there. Some great work there from Zach.
So tough break for Zach, but he was able to right himself. He was sitting in 6th position, so we'll see if he can salvage a top 10.
Well, at the moment, he's sitting in 6th position, and let's not forget that there's only been one other vehicle, which is Jake Versey, who's also completed the 6th lap. So if Zach gets it right, he could really motor on here.
So he could save a top 7 or so. We'll see how it shakes out.
Or even at the moment, he could remain in top 6, because we've only just seen Jake Versey go through. Jake Versey actually, I believe, started ahead of him. Yes, Jake Versey started ahead of him. So long as Zach, I'm mistaken. Zach Pollard was actually started in 9th. And Jake was started in 16th. So there is a time difference there. So Zach really does need to get on the pedal and start pushing hard.
And right where Zach Pollard was the mile marker number 1. There's the 5:19 of Nelson Spark Racing. He's a lap down. So Zach Pollard's crawling back into his car. And don't forget, it was on his side, so oil can get in different places. But these UTVs seem to be a little bit better than the V8s.
They do indeed. Now, the most frustrating thing here is he has to put back on all of his safety gear. So he has to put on his helmet, he has to put on his neck brace. Then he has to put on his harnesses. So it's 1, 2, 3,
and
4
in a race, you're in a hurry, but you have to kind of take a deep breath and slow yourself down so you don't get flustered.
Exactly. Then he's got to reconnect his comms. Then he's got to reconnect his pumper. There's so many little things that he has to do before he can get back in that car and get active again. And here he goes.
Zach Pollard is back in action out on his final lap here for the 4900 Pro Modified Ultimax Belts UTV race.
Okay, and we've got something here. It looks like we've just seen Jamie McCoy cross the line.
But he is all the way down in that 8th spot, so something happened with McCoy. Was it a tire? Was it a belt? Did he clip a tree? We don't know, but he looked like he was on pace right there.
Yeah, he did. So whatever it is, he's managed to fix it, but that's a tough break there on the second to last lap there for Jamie McCoy.
And I see all the 4600 Spider Track stock class cars out there lined up and ready. They'll be taking off here after just a little bit.
Oh, look at this. Jamie McCoy's taking fuel.
I'm surprised by that, but hey, better safe than sorry. It's better to take it in the Amsoil hot pits than not.
Now, is there a chance that he actually ran out of fuel while he was out on track?
That is a possibility. There's Gary with G-Force checking everything out.
He gets a cloth thrown through the window so he can clean his visor, and away he goes again.
So the Amsoil hot pits is 25 miles an hour through there. On the outside, it's full race pace, but in the Amsoil hot pits, it is 25 miles an hour. Everybody has to enter and exit at the same spot.
So as we continue through our final lap right now, in 8th position, it is Jamie McCoy.
In 7th position is Jake Versey.
In 6th is Zach Pollard.
In 5th is Mitch Wofford.
In 4th is Tony Polari.
In 3rd, Corey Willis.
In 2nd is Carl Cheney.
And leading the race right now on adjusted time is Mr. Todd Beckett.
Oh, man, this is going to be some final finish. I am so looking forward to this. It is so close to call. It is unbelievable.
And I know for a fact this is Todd Beckett and Corey Willis' best Ultra4 USA race they've ever had. But Kyle Cheney hasn't lost a race, but if he can get second, he'll be very satisfied with that.
Yeah, we're talking about points, we're talking about championships, and it's about being consistent.
And talk about consistent, that is Mr. Consistent of Kyle Cheney.
Absolutely.
But we have seen even the best drivers out here, Kyle Cheney, has had multiple flat tires. So that just goes to show you how hard this course is here at Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors for Ultra4 USA.
It is indeed, and we can hear motors working their way up through. I think it's a little bit early yet for it to be our race leaders.
Another left rear flat. Maybe it's holding up. Just a little off pace. And that's a great drone shot.
Yeah, and that was there the 49.24 of William Lunchbox Thomas. And how many cars have we actually got on the final lap? I believe it is only 8 at the moment.
It's 9 now.
Yeah, 9. So
because William Thomas just moved into 8th space.
Yeah, he's just gone ahead of Jamie McCoy.
That's pretty impressive. Out of 30 cars, only 9 are on the final lap. There's still a little bit of time, but this is a tough break there only
for Carson
Only a 30% finishing rate right now.
It is, yep.
Wow. And there's our second place. That is Kyle Cheney. So that's our physical
race
first.
leader. Yeah, here we go, Mars. We're working our way up now towards the Brannock Bowl. This is coming towards the checkered flag. This is coming towards the end of the race.
So Kyle Cheney is going to leave it all on the line as he comes out the Brannock Bowl, hard right and towards the race line, start finish. The checkered flag is out for Kyle Cheney. Physical first place for the 4900 Ultimax Belt UTV class.
Fantastic stuff. So now start your stop clocks. Get everything ready. Do not go anywhere. We need to see what's going to happen next. Let's not forget Kyle Cheney started on the second row of the grid in 3rd position. And the man who's chasing him right now is Todd Beckett. And Todd Beckett started right the way back in 19th.
Wow.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. All to play for now. And it's all going to change as other cars come in. This is exciting stuff right now.
So my quick math is a 4-minute time split that he's got to get him by, and we're already at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So we got 3.5 minutes for Todd Beckett to come through. Oh, and he just tripped our heads-up loop, so I think Todd Beckett is going to win this race. What a great run for Todd Beckett. Obviously, everything is unofficial, but there is our adjusted time leader, Todd Beckett, coming through. And look, he is launching over through the woods as he's heading towards the Brannock Bowl.
Now, this is fantastic stuff. Look at this. Check it out. It is Todd Beckett making his way through. The drone is struggling to keep up as Todd Beckett gives it absolutely everything. He'll be breaking out into the Brannock Bowl. He sees the sunshine. He sees the bend. Wheels in the air. He makes his way towards the start-finish line. This could be our unofficial race winner. That is Todd Beckett crossing the line.
What a great run, and it moves unofficially first place for Todd Beckett.
by nearly 3 whole minutes. That's incredible stuff there from Todd Beckett. Started 19th on the grid today. All of these results at the moment are unofficial, but it looks like Todd Beckett has won his first ever Ultra 4 race.
What a great run. Todd Beckett's got to be super stoked with everything that he did. What a great run for Todd Beckett. And Kyle Chaney had a couple small issues, but there's nothing wrong with getting that second place. And I believe with adjusted times, it's looking like it's going to be 1, Todd Beckett, 2, Kyle Chaney, and possibly 3rd, Corey Willis. Everything is unofficial till we dot our I's and cross our T's. But what a great race for the 4900 Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts.
Yeah, and let's not forget it's all to play for here. We've seen so many little rollovers. We've seen so many flat tyres. We've seen so many other issues. And we've got a car making its way up through the gully right now.
And that is Matthew Walraven. What a great run he has.
Well, Matthew Walraven started all the way back in 17th position. So this
I believe he is a lap down.
Yeah, yes, he is a lap down. Yep. So he will be taking the checkered flag, but he will only be completing 6 laps.
But what a great run for Matthew Walraven is the...
That's... That's Chung, no.
That is John Seaman.
Yeah, John Seaman crossing the line. Again, he is also a lap down.
And there goes Matthew Walraven across
and he is
the race
also
line
a
start
lap
finish.
down at this stage, and we are still waiting for Corey Willis, Tony Polari, and
Corey Willis just hit the heads-up loop, so adjusted time, 3rd place, and physical is Corey Willis as he just crosses and bumps into 2nd place. So unofficial 1, Todd Beckett. Unofficial 2, Corey Willis. Unofficial 3, Kyle Chaney. What a great run for Todd Beckett and Corey Willis and Kyle Chaney.
Yeah, absolutely. Nearly a minute ahead of Kyle Chaney. In his wildest dreams, he would not have expected that when he woke up this morning. What an incredible run from these gentlemen. Todd Beckett has been absolutely on it all day, and so has Corey Willis. This is a tough course out there, Miles. This is not for the faint-hearted. These guys have done something very special indeed.
What a great run. Yeah, this is their best finish. Todd Beckett and Corey Willis with Ultra 4 USA. So a huge congratulations from the entire Ultra 4 USA family. Todd Beckett, Corey Willis, and Kyle Chaney. What a great run you had.
It is, but it's still not over yet. There is still an opportunity for Mitch Woodford to move his way up onto the podium. Let's not forget we saw him jump up into that 3rd position earlier on. So we still have a race on our hands.
And Tony Polari, we saw him a little bit ago off pace. So we saw Zach Pollard on his side. So I think Mitch Wofford's the only one that could shake up the podium.
It is indeed. Mitch Woodford, he started in 14th position. So he could possibly still take Kyle Chaney's 3rd position.
He needs to show up really soon.
Yeah, he needs to be there. I don't think he's going to do it at this kind of pace, but we will see.
Well, Jim, this has been an amazing race. There's Tony Polari right there, I believe, at the Spider Track backstretch.
And it looks like he's back on pace again. Do you remember when we saw Tony at the end of last lap? He was off pace for sure. So maybe he was dropping into the pits, or maybe he just wanted to cruise through. And we're just waiting now for our heads up to see who our next driver across the line is. But with every second that disappears, it's looking more and more likely that our top 3 will be Kyle Chaney, Corey Lewis, and Todd Beckett as our unofficial top 3. So if you're just joining us, you're joining us at the end of the 4900 Pro Mod race for UTVs earlier today.
What a great race it has been.
So much drama right from the word go, where we saw Paul Wolf 5 seconds before the start. His car just died.
I hear somebody through the woods.
And then it was go, go, go with action right the way from the start. We saw Jay Shaw just suddenly disappeared from our screens. Then we saw Cole Clark driving Travis Zollinger's vehicle, who was leading the race for a long time before he had problems with the exhaust braking and burning down his wiring harness.
What a tough break, because that is a beautiful Can-Am. The Zollinger Racing Products makes an amazing machine. It's a single-seat Can-Am. It is beautiful. It's in the Pro Modified class. Travis Zollinger builds some amazing machines.
Yeah, he does, and he provides so many parts for so many of the races that are out here.
And what a better place to test your product than Ultra4 USA and King of the Hammers.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're now waiting patiently for our next vehicles to come through. The only vehicles that completed 7 laps so far are in third position, Carl Cheney. In second, Corey Willis. And unofficially, our race winner, although it's looking like it's likely now, is Todd Beckett.
What a great run for Todd Beckett, Corey Willis, and Kyle Cheney. Still waiting on Mitch Wofford. Now it's going to be Jake Versey, I believe. Oh, and Mitch Wofford. Okay, so we have 2 more across. Here comes Jake Versey, the blonde ambition, grabbing the checkered flag. Unofficial 4th place.
So Jake Versey there has done a fantastic job. Jake Versey started in 15th position, and he's just been running a good, solid pace all day. So great stuff there from Jake. I saw him earlier on today. He just looked really calm, looked ready for this race.
Another car back on the Spider Tracks backstretch.
And I think we are going to see any moment now Tony Polari.
Or Mitch Wofford.
And Mitch Wofford as well.
It is Mitch Wofford first, actually, in his single-seat Polaris. Crossing the race line, start-finish. What a great run from that young man. Puts him in unofficial 5th.
Yeah.
And here comes Tony Polari with a right rear flat tire and gave it everything he had for an unofficial 6th position. So let's go over the Optima Batteries leaderboard once again, Jim. In 6th spot is Tony Polari.
In 5th is Mitch Wofford.
In 4th, Jake Versey.
In 3rd is Carl Cheney.
In 2nd, Corey Willis.
And our unofficial race winner of them at this moment is Todd Beckett, who's been absolutely flying this afternoon. But don't go anywhere because we still have lots more action today as Mike Park crosses the line. We're going to be joined very shortly by the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
So let's go over that real quick. On that pole position is Mr. Lauren Healy.
Yeah, followed by him is Sergio Pilanos.
And 3rd is Mick Henson, taking off in the 4600 Spider Track stock class up next.
Indeed, and in 4th is going to be Doug Lamford.
In 5th, Derek Auersler.
In 6th is Albert Concheras.
7th, Roger King.
Then in 8th it's going to be John Rance.
In 9th, Tom Biddle.
Then it's Adam Colum.
And then Brexton Glines rounding out the top.
And is that going to be an hour's race, Miles, or is that?
That's another hour and a half plus a
hour
lap.
and a half.
Yep, yes, sir. We got some great racing on our hands, so do not go anywhere. The 4900 the 4900 Pro Modified class, and it looks like it is a Can-Am sweep presented by Ultimax Belts.
And this is the 2023 Visions Off-Road Extravaganza here, presented by Can-Am at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma. And what an amazing day it's been. There's hardly a cloud in the sky.
Let's speak about Jay, Oklahoma just a little bit. It's such a small town, but it's such a great little town. Only 2,500 people live here. Elevation's about 1,000 feet. Grand Lake is just down the road, and we're in the foothills of the Ozark Mountain Range. It's just a beautiful part of the country.
It is indeed. Now it's the 220 of Alan Burton crossing the line. And I believe he is a lap down. Yeah, he is indeed. He finishes on 6 laps.
But what a wonderful day of racing it has been. We have one more to finish up right now and one more to go.
And it looks like we're going to see Zach Pollard. We saw him on his side earlier this afternoon.
He was flipped over right at mile marker number 1, but he was able to right himself. Had a great drone shot of that, and he is still running. Looks like he's going to salvage a 7th place position.
And Jake Versey goes up into 4th position. And Mitch Wofford also moves up into 5th.
And there goes Zach Pollard, unofficial 7th place. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the Optima Batteries leaderboard.
So look at that, Jake Versey. They're slotting into 4th position, so a great run there for Jake Versey.
So while we're waiting for the Good Boy Vodka results, we'll see how it all shakes out. We've got to dot our I's and cross our T's.
But at the moment, it does look like our unofficial top 3. In 3rd position is Carl Cheney. In 2nd is Corey Willis.
And the unofficial winner is going to be Mr. Todd Beckett.
How chuffed is he going to be to win his very first UTV race? There's no feeling like it, particularly when you're racing against a stacked field like we were earlier today, with big names like Jay Shaw, Paul Wolfe, Kyle Cheney, Travis Zollinger being driven by Cole Clark, Carson Adkins, Mike Park. There was Jamie McCoy, Terry Madden. There were so many other big names out there. It really has been an incredible race. But there is still so much more action to come here. Not just today, but also tomorrow and Saturday. And tomorrow we are going to be seeing the 4500s and 4800s out there on racecourse. And they are going to be followed by the big guns, the 4400s. The big dogs of Ultra4 racing. I'm coming now towards the start finish. It's car 70, that is Jamie McCoy crossing the line, and he's in unofficial 8th place.
He had a good run going, but obviously had some kind of issue out there on the course. Tough break for him. But, Jim, what a great day. We started qualifying yesterday. We started racing today at 1 p.m. We're about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So we're going to do 3 races today and 3 races tomorrow, because at 8 a.m. tomorrow is the youth class. At 10 a.m. is the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited cars presented by Good Boy Vodka, the biggest and baddest names in our sport.
Yeah, I really can't wait to get started. Let's just talk about the youth classes, because that is something that is very new to Ultra4.
Yeah, we started that about a year ago, and it's a Youth 170. There's limited and unlimited racing. They're still working out some details, but we got the kids out on a course. So it's so great to see. I believe it's going to be out by the Amsoil Hot Pits. They'll run around a little bit. That'll be tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. And it's, that's the future of our sport. A lot of the racers have kids, so they want to get them involved. So it's a great spot for them to start. And then there's discussion about having an intermediate class between the youth and the bigger racers.
Yeah, so basically they're filling that age gap from 13 to 16. Which will be very interesting. I think this is a wonderful thing, and I can't wait to see the growth of this in the same way that we've seen the growth of these other classes, most notably UTV.
Oh, the UTV classes is absolutely insane. Obviously, it used to be one class, but it's growing so big, we've turned it into a stock, a pro modified, and an open class for UTV. And it's so great for all the factory support that comes out here, because anybody can go buy a Can-Am at the local store and put some safety modifications on it and come out here and racing with Ultra4 USA. And don't forget, the first round is on us. If you've never raced Ultra4 USA, build a car, buy a car, bring it out, and come on down.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we love Ultra4 racing so much.
So the checkered flag is still out. We're patiently awaiting to wrap up the 4900 Pro Modified class presented by Ultimax Belts. Up next is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So I believe our Good Boy Vodka results are in. It looks like it is Todd Beckett in that number 1 spot.
In second, it is now official. It's Corey Willis.
And in third spot is number 191 of Kyle Cheney, who has not lost a race this season until today, but he's still on the podium.
He is indeed. Sometimes the races that define us are not the ones that we win, they're the ones that we fight and battle just to make sure that we get on those points and keep those podiums. And what a day of racing it's been, Miles. This course is brutal. This course is absolutely fantastic. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got fast, it's got... In fact, I say it's got a bit of everything. We haven't got any big rocks, but we have got the Yukon launch steps down the far end.
Yeah, we're going to try to get a drone on that section later on, because it's a really fun little rock section, and we're calling that the Yukon launch. And that'll be pretty cool to see later on as the racing develops. But this course, let's talk about it. JT and I have been out here for a week and a half. We were out there for 5 straight days marking course, trimming trees, checking everything out, and it was a lot of fun. And then we went out a couple nights ago, and just after the pre-running, the course was completely blown out. You got to check it out last night after some of that. It's pretty wild, isn't it?
Oh, mate, the course is absolutely fantastic. As I said before, this is a course I would like to race myself. This is very much a European-style course, and it reminds me very much of those woods and forests that we find in Croatia.
Well, bring that Miller chassis over and come on and play with us.
Be careful what you wish for, Miles.
Okay. You can just hop in the Can-Am booth with me. How about that?
So the racing continues here. We're still racing for the last of the vehicles to make their way to the finish line.
It looks like William Lunchbox Thomas has crossed the heads-up loop, so we should see him here very soon. Got a car coming up a little off pace. And that is him across the race line, start-finish. Looks like he'll wrap up that 9th spot, so a top 10 run for William Thomas.
And it looks like the attrition rate is a little bit more than we expected.
Only 30% of the cars are going to finish this race. This is a tough course.
It is indeed. Let's not forget this was a stacked field earlier on. We've seen some of the biggest names in our sport out there.
And we saw Terry Madden drop out. We saw Dustin Robbins drop out. Tyler Gibbs. Where's Carson Atkins? Mike Park. Glenn Jung. Levi Metzinger, Jake Versey, Adam Cutts, Terry Madden, John Seaman. I mean, the list goes on. It's a stacked field, and we had a lot of them drop out.
So I'm just looking over behind race director JT Taylor. You can see he's using his rugged race radio right now. Looks like he's put down the checkered flag, and I believe that we're going to be seeing the 4600s coming onto the start line any minute now.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week. This is Ultra4 USA, and we are wrapping up the 4900 Pro Modified presented by Ultimax Belts. And up next will be the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. Looks like everybody's hopping in, getting belted up. And Lauren Healy is sitting on the pole position. So it looks like the timing at live.ultra4racing.com has switched over, so we are just a few minutes away from kicking off the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. They'll be racing the exact same course that we've been racing all day. So they will do one at a time every 30 seconds. This is an 8-mile lap. They'll race for an hour and a half, plus the white flag. So what is a Spider Track Stock Class car? It has to have a stock OEM frame, wheelbase must stay within 3 inches, factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same make, year, and model. Factory transmission, maximum of a 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5 shock per corner, unless it's from the factory. Factory-style suspension, leaf springs, coil springs, TTB, etc., and has to have mechanical steering. So I just said a DOT tire. Kind of run over what that means, Jim.
Well, DOT tyre, this is a tyre that has to be road legal, a tyre that you can purchase from any tyre shop. So therefore, you can't have sticky compounds, you can't have armoured sidewalls, unless, of course, it is DOT registered to be used on the road. And that's going to be difficult for these guys out there on this kind of terrain. There is so many small, very sharp little rocks, and they're going to have to pay careful attention to keeping these tyres under these cars.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep it because you're 100% right. We just saw these UTVs go out there with the same size tires, and those are race tires. So a factory DOT tire is going to be interesting to see because those are the same tires you can put on your tow rig, your mall crawler, whatever you want. A street legal tire, I think we're going to see a lot of action in the Amsoil hot pits.
But the interesting thing for me about this course as well, there's a lot of very, very steep climbs out there. Now, these UTVs will have been digging those climbs out very, very bad, really digging these climbs out. I'm concerned that some of these stock class vehicles might not be able to make these climbs.
You could be right. It's getting dug out. But, hey, that's why you have a winch on there. So that's a part of it. And most of them run co-drivers.
Exactly, and I've got a feeling that winching might have its part to play on this course.
So it looks like Lauren Healy is sitting in that race line start-finish position. On that pole position, he got 14 points because this is a double points race. Normally it's 7 for winning the qualifier yesterday, but this week it is 14 points. So Lauren Healy with Jesse Amex riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team in Bucky, that 2021 Ford Bronco. Look how beautiful that thing is. And we're still early in the day. I don't think he's going to have to use his Project X lights. But he's going to have to put those Nitto tires to work.
Yeah, he's going to be putting those tires to work, that is for sure. We can see the race director, JT Taylor, on his Rugged Race radios. He has the green flag in his hand. He's waiting to get called in from all of his safety marshals to say course is clear. As soon as he gets course clear, we will be live here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road at Mid-America in Jay, Oklahoma.
And what a great week it has been, but it is not nearly over. We still have a lot yet to go. We have Nitro Circus, Nitro Rallycross, Downhill Barbie Jeep. We have America Pro Rock tonight. We have a water show, dirt bike flips. We got so much yet to come this week. So get on our social media, check it out. We'll be live off and on the rest of the week. And we are about to kick off the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these cars. I love this class, Mars. It's absolutely fantastic. We've got Broncos, we've got Jeeps, we've got Toyotas, we've got different types of Toyotas, we've got Hiluxes, we've got FJs. There's everything out there.
I love that because it's a great spot. And we are off. We are live racing at 5:24 for the 4600 Spider Track stock class with Lauren Healy out front out of Farmington, Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. We saw his teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr. having a little chat with him. So our first car off, it's one at a time every 30 seconds. And it's Lauren Healy. Up next is going to be Brexton Glines with Caden Glines riding shotgun out of American Fork, Utah with Glines Motorsport and his Jeep pushing strong.
So the first two leave the line. We've got our third car sitting there now. Look at that Jeep, Mars. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, this is John Schaefer's old machine. He wasn't able to get in it, but he has his buddy Sergio hop in there.
So Sergio is off the line and is the third car now to make this way out onto course.
Out of Mount Dora, Florida with RPM Extreme and Warren Racing in that Jeep JK.
And here's one of my favorites, the Toyota Hilux of Mick Henson.
With Rusty Nail Racing. He has done very well this year, has done lots of great things, and he beats and batters this Toyota. I love the full body. Look at all the dents. I mean, it's just a great machine, and he's going to put it to work. So Mick Henson is off.
Now,
with Henry Lucci riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing, that 1985 Toyota.
I couldn't see a co-driver in that car. I think he might have gone out on his own.
He usually goes out by himself, but he told me Henry Lucci was supposed to hop in, so I'm not sure.
Interesting.
And here's the highest horsepower that'll be out on course today of Doug Langford with Rob Craven riding shotgun out of Greensboro, North Carolina with Outlaw Off-Road with that 392 Hemi, and you can hear him take off.
You can, but he hadn't actually put it in four-wheel drive, so he was...
a little two-wheel peel, huh?
A two-wheel peel coming off the line. Now, Alan Johnson will be giving this one some love.
Derek Ausler with Wyatt Abington riding shotgun out of Alabaster, Alabama with Rusty Nail Racing in that Toyota FJ. It'll be fun to see him out there battling. There's Doug Lanford bypassing the Amsoil hot pits. And Derek Ausler is off the line from the race line start-finish.
And here's one of the firm crowd favorites.
Mr. Albert Contreras, another Mid-America Outdoor ambassador, with his son Tristan Contreras riding shotgun. And I know his whole family usually comes to the race, but I know they had some other stuff going on. But I know they're tuned in, and he wanted me to give his whole family a shout-out that he misses you in the pits. So Albert Contreras with Jeep Thrills Off-Road out of Compton, California. So Albert and Tristan Contreras are out on course.
And then we got the 624 of Roger King.
With Jared Johnson riding shotgun out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby and another Jeep. There's Albert Contreras coming to screen, bypassing the AMSOIL hot pits. He's been racing that Jeep with us for, I'm going to say, 6, 7, maybe even 8 years.
It's got to be all of that, Miles. And it's a firm crowd favourite. And next on the line now, look at this. This is the 431 of John Rance.
With his buddy Andrew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing. And another Ford Bronco with a manual 7-speed. I like seeing that shaken up a little bit, a little different.
It is a little different, but what I also love is that Sean Rance had the original OG Ultra4 Bronco.
The Rance family is Bronco at heart, that is for sure.
Absolutely. And they've been rewarded by that, by getting support from Ford so they can race this this 4600 Spider Track stock class program.
It's great.
Absolutely fantastic.
Up next is the 4642 of Adam Collin out of Latham, New York with Rock Crawler Racing and another Jeep LJ. There's John Rance. Look at that Bronco working. What a beautiful machine.
Yeah, it's an astonishing car. It's great to see the OEMs getting involved.
And Adam Collin is off the line. And last but certainly not least is going to be Tom Biddle with Joe Fabrizio riding shotgun out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing. Joe Fabrizio, we saw him in Montana having a little hiccup where he parked on top of Albert Contreras, so he totaled his car, but he's still out here racing. He's co-driving for a couple, I think he's co-driving tomorrow for Eric Weichel as well, but he's seeing course firsthand with Tom Biddle. Tom Biddle is one of the first Ultra4 USA racers that showed up, and you can see how beat up that Toyota is, but it's still rocking and rolling.
It is indeed. So all our runners and riders are out on the course. This is the 2023 Visions presented by Can-Am here at the Mid-America Off-Road, and we are in Jay, Oklahoma, and what a day of racing it's been so far.
All cars are on course. Let's bring in Courtney.
So as the racing continues here, I'm going to step aside, and we're going to bring in Courtney from Hammer King Productions, and she's going to tell us some news.
So there is Tom Biddle out there on course. Bypassing the AMSOIL hot pits, there's JT Taylor, our race director. All cars are on course. We have 11, so let's bring in Mrs. Courtney Prost from Hammer King Productions. She's going to give us a rundown on the KOH rookie program. Courtney, it's a pleasure having you here in the Can-Am desk. How's it going?
Hey, nice to see you. It's great, fantastic.
The racing's been amazing so far. Visions Week is kind of a mini Hammers. There's so much going on. It's so great to see it, and I'm glad that Hammer King Productions and Ultra4 USA can still work together, and everything's going great.
Yeah, I've been having so much fun out here this week, getting to see all the drivers and hang out with you guys. Everyone's so welcoming, and just getting to see everybody again. It's great to come out to these races and see everybody in between hammers. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, it's great. And you got up on stage at the summit last night and kind of gave us a rundown on the KOH rookie program, because I was a part of some of those meetings last year, and we were going to pick one rookie, right? And then it just blew up so much that we realized it's got to be bigger than that. And then this year it sounds like it's even going to be bigger.
Exactly. So I think that no one really knows that that's how it started. So we looked at picking one driver to kind of showcase and say, hey, this is how you get to the hammers. Like, it can be overwhelming.
Oh, I've been there for a lot of years, and it's still overwhelming for me. So
Right.
A new racer, there's so many tricks of the trade you need to know.
I shouldn't say can. It is overwhelming. There's so many logistics getting there. And so getting there is one thing, but then just when you're there, just being there, getting to the start line is such a overwhelming thing for people.
Getting to Hammertown is something
getting
else.
to Hammertown.
I mean, all the prep they do and everything.
So registration, getting there, once you're there, getting to the start line, teaching them the trails, the rocks. There's one thing between doing a race for, an hour or 2 hours. There's another thing for doing an 8-hour, 10-hour
and 12
race,
hours.
12-hour race, recovery. And so what we started when we saw the video submissions coming in, we're like, why are we picking just one person when we can help so many different people? So that's where it just kind of snowballed and went from there, brought people out to the ranch and literally taught them how to get there. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger. And this year, Gravel Kings is presenting the whole program.
Awesome.
So we were already snowballing it off of last year and making it so much bigger. And then they came in and they're a company who is looking at different ways to get into grassroots or getting into off-road and how they can help and support people because they've been rookies.
And
so they're
Ultra4
just friends.
and King of the Hammers is grassroots racing, so it's great to see them come in and step up and really help out.
Exactly. And so Gravel Kings they were a group of friends. They're a group of friends that just started off-roading like King of the Hammers started. Ultra4 started by a group of friends that went out and said, hey, let's race. And then it just snowballed like the rookie program did. And so that's how it all became bigger and bigger. And now we are here and we're having multiple opportunities across the country. Last year we had one where we met with sponsors and the rookies, and the rookies literally walked away from a meeting that we held at PRI with sponsorships, and not only parts sponsorships, but money. I mean, how often does that happen for a first-year racer for them to get
amazing
support like that?
And then you guys had a little shindig at the ranch where you brought in Lauren Healy, Jason Shear, and a few other big names because they've been there and done that, but they didn't just get there and knew it. They had to learn as well, so they're sharing all their knowledge, and it's so cool to see the cream of the crop of our sport helping out the newbies.
Exactly. So not only wheeling and going out in the trails, but also they were talking about business and social media, and it was great because so much of what they said reiterated what we were talking about. So it was great hearing it, a second time from people like that and competitors that they had aspirations of being like. So doing those types of things this year, bigger, better, and we're expanding it into the desert. Last year I had so many people asking if they could do it as desert, and we just weren't prepared because we were learning how to teach them and what to teach them as well. So this year making it bigger with desert. We have a special announcement coming up from Motos soon. So Motos aren't involved in the rookie program yet, but we have some special stuff coming up for them. Just lots of things going on behind the scenes with King of the Hammers. The rookie program is out right now, so you can go to kingofthehammers.com and get information on that.
And can you already sign up for it?
You can. There's a form online on kingofthehammers.com. But additionally, we just announced the dates for King of the Hammers 2024 as well. I know we get message after message every single day. I take those in. And so those January 18th to February 3rd, 2024 is King of the Hammers.
Awesome. I thought we had to be there January 1st.
Oh, you do, and I do. But everyone else can show up a little bit later.
Yes, obviously I've been busy with the Ultra4 USA season, but I will shift gears right around Thanksgiving and get more involved with King of the Hammers, and we'll get that thing going. And obviously Ultra4 USA, the season, we're right in the heart of it, and it's been a great year thus far, and it's not even close to being over. But yeah, with the rookie program, it's so cool that you guys are able to focus on King of the Hammers and just make it a big deal, because I've been going there for, I think, 17 years now. I love King of the Hammers, and to see where it's came and where it's going with the vision with Dave and everything, it's absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. Last year we started a program where we're doing the competitor t-shirt program and the payback program, helping so that we're helping put money back in the drivers' pockets rather than, charging them for everything, trying to help them get to Hammers. And so we're just doing more of that for this year and stuff. So we have a lot planned. We work on King of the Hammers literally year round. So a lot of other things, but yeah, that's what we do, and we're going to continue to do it. And so, but definitely happy to be out here with our friends at Ultra4 USA, and of course all of our competitors, because even though we only see them come King of the Hammers time, we're still involved with them and talk to a huge majority of the competitors year-round as well. So
Absolutely. Well, Courtney, always a pleasure. Anything else you got on the rookie program or any other tidbits you can give us about King of the Hammers that I haven't heard about?
Oh my gosh, there's so much going on, but I'm going to be back here tomorrow for the next 2 races.
Perfect.
So I'll bring you some more tomorrow, and everybody comes back and tunes in for those races.
I like it.
And I'll give you a couple more things about hammers tomorrow.
Well, perfect.
Save
We just
it.
saw Mick Henson cruise through. So, Courtney Prost with Hammer King Productions. Always a pleasure seeing you. And I love the rookie program, and I know you're kind of heading that up. So, thanks for everything you do. Because obviously, without racers, we wouldn't be racing. And there's new racers every race.
Everywhere. And a lot of them are racing here, too.
Absolutely.
So if you shout out to some of them, we have some, I'm not sure if there's any here in the 4600 class. I know there were several of them in the 4900 class. That's actually one, I'll bring that up really quick if you have a moment.
Keep going.
The 4900 class. So actually, we lost a competitor, not during the race, but 40.
There is Derek Ausler coming in the screen on the Spider Track stock class.
So the 4900 class, a couple weeks after Hammers, there was an unfortunate accident, and Robert Parker, who was a 2023 rookie, he was actually the highest finishing 4900 rookie, and he was the first finishing Pro Mod rookie last Hammers. His team Momentum, and his son is actually racing here. He has been this season, Nathan Parker.
Yeah,
Pro Stock.
he was the pole position, had a great race going, and then had some issues and fell off the podium. Tough break, but Nathan Parker has the fastest lap of the day with a 14:06.
Isn't that great?
It's amazing.
He will be 15 years old the day he arrives at Hammers for 2024 Hammers. There's a fast fact for you.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yep. So his team Momentum, and their team owner
Brian Fulcher.
Yep. So they have been working in conjunction. We talk all the time, and we have put together a Robert Parker Memorial Challenge Trophy. And that will be going yearly to the top finishing 4900 class rookie.
That's cool.
Any subclass.
I love how everybody comes together. Oh, it looks like Lauren Healy, our physical race leader, is back there at mile marker number 6 in that creek section. But Brexton Glines is hot on his heels. So I assume on adjusted time, it is Brexton Glines that is leading this race. What a great run by that young man. They're coming back out of the creek. So much great stuff going on. But yeah, so Courtney, always a pleasure. Please come back tomorrow. We'll have some more chats, and we'll have a new audience tomorrow, I'm sure, and explain more of the 2024 rookie program. So Courtney Prost with Hammer King Productions, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. I'll let you guys get back to this. I want to go check out what they're doing out there.
Heck yeah. All right, Courtney.
Thanks
for everything. So we'll bring in Jim Marsden once again.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Absolutely fantastic to see you here, and it's so good to hear about all the plans that Hammer King Productions have coming up to the next King of the Hammers.
King of the Hammers is an epic event. So, but speaking about epic event, we are here at Visions for the 2023 Can-Am Visions Week for Ultra4 USA. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
It looks like we've got a proper race on our hands here. It looks like that we're seeing Lauren Healy is not getting it all his own way out there on track.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. Brexton Glines has a great run. And that is that Adam Collin? Yes, it is. And the Spider Track's backstretch. And we're back at the race line, start-finish. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They took off at one at a time every 30 seconds. It is an 8-mile lap. They'll race for an hour and a half, and then the white flag comes out. Now, their times, I'm going to guess they're going to probably be right around that 20 mark. What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, I reckon they're sort of about the 20, maybe even 21. There is a few big climbs on here that they're going to be having some trouble on those. I think they're going to be really picking up wheels as they're trying to get up there. I think they're going to be badly cut out after the UTV race, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
I've been amazed on all the tire punctures we've had today in the UTV class. We'll see if the Amsoil Hot Pits is as busy as it was.
Indeed. Now, it's worth noting that the UTVs can use up to a 35-inch tyre, and there was only a limited number of 35-inch tyres out there on course. These guys will be running also a 35-inch tyre, but every single one of them will be on 35s.
Yep, 35 DOT tire, and that's Mick Henson back at mile marker number 6 in that creek section.
Yeah, the underside of that Toyota's getting a wash right now. It's a fantastic section there. They make their way up through the creek. It's got a rock bottom to it, and it's absolutely awesome.
And there's lots of water holes. I'm going to say the deepest water hole back there is about 2.5 feet, but there's just lots of 6-8 inch spots where they're splashing through.
There is, yeah. Now, it's great to see that JT is involved in the water on the course. This is all standing water.
Yeah, and that's what Ultra4 is all about. These are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They can do short course. They can race through the woods at King of the Hammers, here at Visions, out at Lake Havasu, back to Crandon. We're going to Pottsville, Pennsylvania here shortly. I mean, they can do a little bit of everything. I love the different courses these cars can race.
Yeah, that's why we love Ultra4. That's why we love this style of racing.
Mick Henson giving it all he's got on the Spider Track backstretch. And right at that spot, there's a huge hole just to the left where he passed it. If your left front tire drops on that, if you're in the dust, your day is going to be over.
Yeah, I don't think dust is going to be an issue right now. I think these cars are going to really spread out on this course. We have 11 runners and riders out there for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Got to say a bit. Here we go. This looks like we have our lead car. This should be Lauren Healy making his way up towards the Brannock Bowl and coming to join us at the race line, finish line.
But how far back is Brexton Glines? He had a great run going. I suspect he's going to be right on his heels. But two-time king Lauren Healy in that 4600 Bronco.
I love this car. This is absolutely fantastic. And look at the pace. This is a really solid pace here from Lauren as he breaks out into the Bronco Bowl, into the Brannock Bowl.
Still pushing strong with that 2021 Ford Bronco. He calls it Bucky. It's got a 2.7 EcoBoost, stock automatic transmission, Atlas, IFS with 74 weld portals on the front of it, Spider Tracks, ARB, RCV, Fox Shocks, Nitto Tires, Centerline Wheels, Monster Energy, Optima, MBRP, Rugged Race Radios, Pennzoil, Project X Lights, Holley EFI, Recaro Seats, RTR Vehicles, JE Reel Drivelines, and NGK.
I can hear more engines making his way up through. So who's this going to be in second position, Miles?
I think it's going to be Brexton Glines and Sergio battling strong. And it is Sergio and Brexton Glines with a huge bicycle, but saves it in the Brannock Bowl. This is a great race by Brexton Glines and Sergio. And on adjusted time, Sergio just takes the lead over Lauren Healy. Sergio is normally a co-driver in that vehicle with John Schaefer, but John Schaefer wasn't able to make it, so Sergio takes the wheel and running strong.
Yeah, nearly 20 seconds ahead of Lauren Healy.
But look, we got to pass Brexton Glines on the inside, just outside the Amsoil Hot Pits. What a wonderful race we have.
Someone needs to tell these guys they've got to do this for an hour and a half.
To finish first you must finish.
Absolutely. So right now we've got drama everywhere. It's Sergio Pinanos who is currently leading Lauren Healy to third place, Brexton Glines. Now, you couldn't have written that one, could you?
That was a beautiful pass. There's Lauren Healy. Now we're back at mile marker number 6 at the back creek section. Back to the Spider Track backstretch. So we're back at mile marker 6. I can't quite tell who that is with all the trees, but it's such a cool little trail. I love it back there.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It'd be wonderful if we can get an FPV drone down there at some point just to chase it up through that gully, because that is something really smart.
And this is back by the Thunder Valley, back by the Yukon launch.
Yeah, just look at the construction out there on the left-hand side.
That's where the Nitro Circus will be doing backflips and stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely astonishing.
There's mile marker number 1. I believe that is going to be Lauren Healy. back and forth, and then when they cross the creek at the top of this is where Yukon launches. Yeah, sorry.
And these drones are giving us fantastic images here of our awesome 4600 Spider Track stock class. This class is a firm favourite, and we've seen people like Cody Addington make their way up from there to becoming some of the biggest heroes in 4400. But this class is very hard fought, and the heroes that race it, they do hard knocks at King of the Hammers, and they take these vehicles all around the country to participate in this race series. And look how close this action is, Miles.
What a great race between Derek Ausler
and Roger King. Oh, I'm loving this. They're making
that's
the way
a
up.
Toyota. So that's Mick Henson and Derek Ausler.
Yeah, you're right. That is 674.
Mick Henson is a fairly local boy out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma. And he's been racing with us for quite a while. And I love the Toyota battle we have right now between an FJ and a little pickup truck. And there's Doug Lamford and that 392 Hemi-powered JL.
Now we saw Doug going off the line in two-wheel drive earlier. And here we go. We've got a drag race on our hands now as the two Toyotas make their way across the line.
Here the squirrels really turned up right there. What a great race we have for the 4600 Spider Track stock class during the 2023 Can-Am Visions Ultra4 USA race. And it's another drag race. Look, Derek Ausler on the outside, Mick Henson on the inside, right by the Amsoil hot pits. But Mick Henson kind of cuts him off. Derek Ausler on the outside. Right now they're going to dive into the woods. Who's it going to be? Who's going to check first?
Oh, it's Derek
Ausler.
Derek makes the move.
And now coming out of the Brannick Bowl is Albert Contreras.
Now, the one nice thing I was liking about seeing this is that we've seen pretty much all our runners and riders come round, which means that they can drive those hills.
Haven't seen John Rance or Roger King or Tom Biddle for a little bit. But, like you said, yes, they're making their way around. They are not having to winch.
Exactly, and that's fantastic news.
Here is John Rance. Right when I say that, that Bronco's still pushing strong.
And you hear him? He's changing gear.
Yep, that's a 7-speed manual, and it's a cable shifted. It's pretty wild. So let's go to the Optima Batteries leaderboard. So it looks like Mick Henson is in 7th.
In 6th is Albert Contreras.
In 5th, Derek Ausler.
In 4th is John Rance.
In 3rd, Brexton Glines.
And in 2nd is Lauren Healy.
And overall winning in that first spot on an adjusted time is Sergio Panolis.
Fantastic stuff. Now, we were saying that we were expecting these to be around about the 20-minute mark, and I'm just looking here at these times, and they're making fools of us.
No, not fools. It's 19:26 is a fast lap. So we're pretty close. So right around that 20-minute mark, another good guess, but at 19:26 by Sergio.
That is a very fast lap indeed. And then behind him with a 19:43 is Lauren Healy.
How great is it for these stock class drivers to be racing with a two-time King of the Hammers winner in the 4400 class?
Absolutely. And I love that, the diversity of it. And you get to see how good these drivers are. Stock class is a great way to get into Ultra4 racing. You can pick any four-wheel drive vehicle that you like, so long as it conforms to the rules. So 35-inch tyres. Stock engines, although if the vehicle has had a different engine, you can use it. It must be a stock frame, factory engine, factory transmission, 35 DOT tyres, a single 2.5-inch shock per corner, unless dual from the factory, and always limited to 14-inch. Factory-style suspension like leaf springs, coil springs, as expected, mechanical steering, and it is absolutely grassroots racing at its finest.
Right here with Ultra4 USA, as we're back on with, is that Adam Collin, I believe?
I think it might be. Making their way up towards the Brannick Bowl right now. Be joining us on the race line, finish line very soon.
Yes, that is Adam Collin. Out of Latham, New York, with Rock Crawler Racing in a 2004 Jeep LJ with Curry, Nitto, Dirty Life, Rock Crawler Suspension, Yukon, Savvy, Predator, Trail Gear, and HP tuners. His first Ultra4 race with us was King of the Hammers 2022.
Yeah, and he's the 8th of our stock class that have now crossed the finish line to complete lap 1. Still out there at the moment, we have Doug Langford, Roger King, and Tom Biddle still to complete a single lap.
But I have seen most of those cars, so
I
hopefully
have as well,
they're still trucking. As we're bypassing the Amsoil hot pits with Adam Collin. Here's a great shot of the Nitro Crosstown. And that's our race course coming at us in the center of your screen, coming out of the woods and heading down towards Thunder Valley, not Chocolate Thunder.
I was going to say, if they're heading down to Chocolate Thunder, they might be going the wrong way.
And at the top of our screen is Ultra4 Village. That shows you how spread out it is here at Mid-America Outdoors. Just outside of Jay, Oklahoma, there's 1,600 acres. It is absolutely beautiful here. Center of your screen there on your right is 4Fest. They'll have rock crawling 101 sessions there.
Yeah, it's an amazing place. It really is. It's a racing mecca.
To the left of your screen is the Amsoil Hot Pits. Look how many trees are everywhere. This is a great race.
And inside these trees are these wonderful gullies and valleys.
And that is John Rance in that beautiful Bronco, heading back towards Thunder Valley. So I have a little break in the action. Let's give a shout out to all of our amazing marketing partners: Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker,
Laser Nut, Spider Tracks, Brannick Motorsports, Yukon Gear and Axle, and Whalen.
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road.
So please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here this week during the 2023 Can-Am Visions.
And let's not forget, we have even more racing coming ahead with us tomorrow.
At 8 a.m., we'll have the Youth Limited and Unlimited race. At 10 a.m., we'll have the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and then at 1 p.m., the 4,400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that 4,400 race. I think that is going to be something very special indeed.
There's our race leader, Sergio, still pushing strong, driving John Schaefer's old machine.
Yeah, he's showing excellent pace there. I've not seen Sergio racing before. Do you know much about him?
He usually rides with John Schaefer. He's a co-driver, but John Schaefer wasn't able to make it, so he actually raced King of the Hammers in that car and this car.
Fantastic.
So, yeah, Sergio is with Warren. He helps him out, but hops in the co-driver's seat as much as he can.
Well, he's doing a good job today, and he's currently our race leader.
He's got to be super excited that he's leading over Lauren Healy.
Absolutely. Now, there's been a lot of talk when the Broncos came on board and that they would just dominate, and they have been dominating in fairness. But isn't it wonderful to see the way that the other drivers have reacted to that, and the fact that now building their vehicles to a higher specification, they're increasing the speeds of the vehicles, increasing the reliability to start boxing the noses of these Broncos and starting to put them back in their place.
I love it. I love the camaraderie with the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They are pushing so hard to get where they're at, and they're making it happen. We started racing about a half hour ago.
Yeah, so we've got still nearly an hour of racing to come. Here at Visions Off-Road, presented by Can-Am at Mid-America in Jay, Oklahoma. And what a beautiful day it's been, Miles.
It has been beautiful. It has rained a couple times this week. That has been great for Ultra4. But yesterday they had to cancel all the side-by-side championship series races because the short course was too wet and muddy, so you didn't want to get on it and tear it up. But Ultra4 was able to qualify yesterday, and we are racing today. And the dust mitigation is a lot better this year than it was last year. We got a little lucky with the rain. We also extended last year's race course was 5 miles. This year's it was 8. So so far so good.
Yeah, it's been a very good course. Now, we were expecting the Pro Mods to set the fastest lap, but the fastest lap today was laid down by a young man.
Of Nathan the Phenom Parker with a 14:06. So 6 minutes faster than the stock 4600 stock class. And remember, Nathan Parker is in a stock UTV.
Yeah, it's absolutely remarkable display there.
That young man is something special. I suspect to see very good things coming from Team Momentum and Nathan Parker.
Wonderful views there as we look down across the Ultra4 village. And it's a wonderful place to be. So many happy, smiley faces. So many friends. And that's why we love to come racing. It's about the camaraderie in the pits and on the racetrack. On the racetrack, we're always the best of enemies, but in the pits, we really do genuinely help absolutely everyone. It is a sport like no other in that respect. But right now, it's all about Sergio Pinolis, who's leading Lauren Healy and Brexton Glines. And we drop back down into one of the gullies. This is just behind where we have our production trailer.
There is Derek Alsler coming to screen, and that FJ.
Now, anybody who's watching this, they were sitting there going, he's got IFS suspension. He's allowed IFS because that vehicle was produced with IFS suspension. And look at the pace, Miles. Absolutely astonishing.
Derek Alsler's running a great race with Rusty Nail Racing and that Toyota FJ.
Is this Tom Biddle coming up through?
It is. Mr. Tom Biddle is coming up towards the Brannock Bowl. So back to Derek Alsler and that FJ with Raceline wheels, BFG, Full Flame Fab, Yukon, LFD Off-Road, Hayes Heating and Cooling, Yoda Mafia, Rugged Race Radios, Warren, and Factor 55.
Yeah, and Tom Biddle doing a great job here. There is not a straight panel on this car, and he's very proud of it.
It's a 1985 Toyota that's been around. I found his hood in Montana after the race, about midway through. So I texted him. I was like, hey, do you want me to do anything special with this? He's like, I've already left. Throw it in the dumpster. I'll go to the junkyard and get another one.
Well, they say if there was ever a nuclear war, the only things that would be left are cockroaches and Toyota Hiluxes.
Oh, the drone catches a tree.
Drone down.
But just a huge shout out to the entire production team. There are so many people working behind the scenes to make this happen. All of our drone operators and camera, all our safety and tech. It is absolutely amazing. And thank you to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. So stay tuned for an hour special that will be airing soon on Speed Sport.
Yeah, absolutely. It always amazes me that we can bring these productions from literally the middle of nowhere. So if you see any of our production crew out in course, do thank them. They would really appreciate it.
There's a great shot of the Amsoil hot pitch. You can see the race course really burned in nice-like, and dust in the top left is part of the race course as well on the backside. It gets close to each other, but we kind of zigzagged through the woods, through the hay fields, and got 8 miles here at Mid-America Outdoors for Ultra4 USA here in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. A high and wide. Okay, Thunder Valley is at the top of your screen, and we dive in right in the middle of your screen and head down Pinball. And it looks like Lauren Healy just crossed the heads-up loop, so we should see him coming up to the Brannock Bowl here very shortly. Our physical race leader. But remember, on adjusted time, Sergio has a great run under his belt.
Yeah, Sergio was pushing really hard earlier, so it's going to be very interesting to see how close Sergio is to Lauren Healy. Sergio started 30 seconds behind Lauren.
A minute behind, because Brexton Glines started in second.
Oh, yes, you're right. Now, talk to me. Why did Brexton Glines move up from our starting order into...
So his transponder didn't clip, so they had to readjust it. They had
now I understand.
Footage on that, so got it going.
Yeah, I think that is Tom Biddle there, where's literally on screen, but coming behind us right now is Lauren Healy.
With a right front flat tire, so Lauren Healy will be pulling into the AMSOIL hot pits. He is still pushing strong, but a flat tire for Lauren Healy.
Now, we were talking about this earlier about DOT tyres. DOT tyres don't tend to have the strength of race tyres. And we were looking at the UTV Pro mods. They are allowed to use racing tyres. And we saw the amount of punches that we saw or flat tyres that we saw in that race. So we can expect to see quite a few flats in this race.
I 100% agree. But we did have 30-plus UTVs out. We only have 11 stock cars. So we'll see how it shakes out as Albert and Tristan. Nope, that is Adam Collin. They both are running Jeeps, but Adam Collin back at the Spider Tracks backstretch.
And he's pushing on really well.
Is that Tom Biddle, I believe, heading towards the Yukon Launch?
It does look like Tom. Seems to be just taking a little bit too slow there. It could just be taking care through these bits. What you can't see is there is massive holes in this track. They're just taking it nice and gentle. These vehicles also have mechanical steering, so that means they have steering boxes. And that means these cars are hard work. 35-inch tyres with the standard steering box, even with a hydro assist, is still a tough day at the office. Now, Lauren Healy crossed the line over 30 seconds ago, and we still have not seen Sergio, although he just has pinged on our time-up loop.
And don't forget, Lauren Healy is in the AMSOIL hot pits, so
absolutely,
it's going to be on adjusted time. I believe Lauren Healy's going to look like he's in the lead at live.ultra4racing.com, but we'll see how it shakes out. Sergio still has a great run.
Absolutely,
but
the pressure
sounds like a little off pace if I hear him coming through the woods. Nope, not off pace, just didn't get the echo I thought I was getting. Sergio's about to cross the race line start-finish, heading out for another lap.
Yeah, Sergio looking really strong there. The pace of these lead cars is absolutely incredible.
We'll see if we can get a camera over there to the AMSOIL hot pits and see if Lauren Healy is in there or not.
But it does look like Lauren Healy had managed to carve himself out around about a 30-second lead over Sergio. No, about a 1 minute 10, actually.
A 1 minute lead. It's 1 minute even.
Yep.
So but, great run for Lauren Healy and Sergio.
So that's going to be absolutely fantastic. But if he is in the pits, he's going to cost him around about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, even with Lauren's team.
You know the Fun Haver Off-Road team has all hands on deck. I know Kyle Usnick's down there, getting ready to change some tires for Lauren Healy. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Can-Am Visions, and we are racing Ultra4 USA during the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And let's give a huge thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. And I know Pam's been giving away those LaserNut 360 wrap trophies to all of our winners here. Our drone is patiently awaiting for one of the cars to come through. Looks like a Toyota still stirring up dust. That may have been a Jeep.
I think that was a Jeep there, Miles. As we're waiting for more action here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road, presented by Can-Am, here at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma. And what a day of racing it's been so far. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've seen the 4900 UTV stock class, the 4900 UTV open class, and of course earlier on, just before this race, the 4900 UTV Pro Mods.
And then tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. will be the Youth Limited and Unlimited race. At 10 a.m. will be the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, racing with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited, presented by Good Boy Vodka, will be taking off the biggest and baddest names of our sport, and that is Sergio. So I believe he is our physical race leader and on adjusted time, because we have not seen Lauren Healy. We know he pulled in the Amsoil hot pits, but our physical race leader, Sergio, is heading down pinball.
He's looking very good indeed. Now, just the last corner we saw him go round, did you see the multiple lines cut down into the ruts there? It's incredible.
It's getting dug out for sure. And at the top of your screen, you can see the Nitro Cross. The pit bike is over by the American flag. Oh, yeah, pit bikes. They'll be racing those as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. I've never been to a rodeo until last night, and that was
pretty wild, isn't it?
It was pretty nuts.
My first rodeo
crazy.
was Visions number 1 3 years ago. There's Derek Ausler still pushing strong, so he'll be heading up towards the Brannick bump. So where's John Rance? Where's Brexton Glines?
Indeed.
Where's Albert Contreras, Mick Henson, Adam Collin, Tom Biddle, Doug Lanford, and Roger King?
I think we might have just seen Lauren Healy there. I'm not sure. It was either that or it was John Rance.
Where I missed that one.
Yeah, no, it just popped onto screen very, very briefly. You know how the that rear wheel sticks out the back on the Broncos? It looked like a Bronco. But we shall see. But this is Derek Ausler making his way up over the Brannick bump.
So
and
Derek Ausler heading towards the race line start-finish to click off another lap.
So Derek Ausler moves into third position behind Lauren Healy and Sergio, who is currently leading our race.
And that is Lauren Healy. So what's that, a minute and a half, 2 minutes behind Sergio? And like you were saying, Jim, look at the ruts. It's pretty impressive how wide this course is getting.
So this is the race we wanted. We wanted to see Lauren Healy get behind because we know he can really turn it on. Let's see what this Bronco can deliver.
And speaking about the different lines, there's 50 feet either side of course. So it's technically 100 feet wide from the GPS course right there. And that is Albert Contreras with his son Tristan Contreras riding shotgun, coming up towards the Brannick bump.
And it looks like they've got their front lights on. You see them reflecting against the side.
So coming into the Brannick bump, Albert and Tristan Contreras heading towards the race line start-finish. Going out for another lap. We're just shy of the halfway mark of this race. Great shot of Ultra4 Village. Lots of action. Just to the left of our screen is the hideout. We got our Jumbotron there. We have flushable toilets with air conditioning, a couple food trucks. We got it pretty made in the shade over here in Ultra4 USA. And then we can go down into the town, which is Visions here at Mid-America Outdoors, and enjoy the pool with the lazy rivers. The RC track is going on as well. We can go to Coconuts or Two Coconuts, have a couple fresh beverages. There's the Legends restaurant there in town, and the Power Sports store. You were even looking at a helmet. They've got a little bit of everything here.
No, they really have. It's massively impressive. And when you go into the shop there, they sell lots of safety equipment, lots of spare parts for vehicles, and of course you can get your supplies. So if you forget to bring something, like maybe beer, they have lots of that, many groceries. It's an absolutely fantastic place.
They've got multiple power wash stations. You can do laundry here. There's an arcade. My kids have been in there a couple nights having an absolute blast.
That was amazing. That arcade, it's all free of charge, isn't it?
Free of charge, and it's genius. The adults want to go to Coconuts, have a few drinks. The arcade is right next to the bar, so you have to come out of the arcade through the bar where you're sitting, so your kids can kind of self-babysit themselves in the arcade. It's a great place.
It really is.
There's Mick Henson the little Toyota that could, still pushing strong. And there is a co-driver in that machine. That is Henry Lucci. And it looks like a flat right rear tire, so he'll be heading into the Amsoil hot pits. Looks like that may be Derek Ausler. Oh, and here is Mick Henson. He's got the whole team there with Rusty Nail Racing pulling up. So they'll change the right rear tire on this, and this is definitely a fan favorite out there. So many people rooting for this grassroots racer of Mick Henson.
Now, I really like that. I've never seen that before. Actually having a recovery strap on the top of the road cone. That's absolutely genius idea. So they don't have to stand in front of the car to remove the road cone from the bonnet or the hood.
What's a bonnet?
A bonnet, it's something we have on the front of the car. You call it a hood. Now, if you're going to get into the subject of calling it a hat, both can be that, so don't go there.
Oh, there's part of Some Fear Racing with Eric Weichel's team. There's Nate helping out. So, I just love that everybody's here helping out everybody.
Yeah, looks like they're fighting the lug nuts here.
Mick Henson out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing in that 1985 Toyota with a DAO racing engine, 22RE, diamond axles, Warn, Factor 55, Yukon, Raceline wheels, trail gear, and Dixie Normus.
And I love this. In an age where most of the vehicles we see racing are on coilovers and triple bypass or multiple bypass shock absorbers, this is on leaf springs.
I mean, this is an old-school Toyota, and it's racing. He's running good. He's in that 5th spot right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're just struggling to get the lug nuts on there. So it looks like
they're mixing there like, what's taking so long? And it's getting in your head, but he's got a really good crew down there. They're making it happen.
Yeah, they just got to take their time, get it right.
But I think I hear Adam Collin coming up, so they better get him in and out. Otherwise, Adam Collin's going to bump him in the 6th position.
Looks like they're getting those lug nuts on there now. And I think you're right, Adam Collin.
All right, lower it down.
So Adam Collin is out, heading out for another lap across the race line, start finish. So they are excited. That was Troy Digby down there helping his buddy out as well. He'll be racing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So I think Mick Henson is going to beat out Adam Collin, but it's going to be neck and neck.
Yep, we got some racing.
But Adam Collin on adjusted time is going to be in front of Mick because he took off about 3 to 4 minutes behind him. So Mick Henson is going to be pushed into that 6th position. Adam Collin just snuck in there at number 5 on adjusted time.
So our top 6 right now is Mick Henson.
And then Adam Collin.
And in 4th is Albert Contreras.
3rd place, Derek Ausler.
In 2nd is Sergio.
And on adjusted time, it is Lauren Healy. But remember, he was in the pits, so it's going to be really close between Lauren and Sergio.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this battle plays out. This course is so incredibly technical. Get some wonderful views here from our drone as he returns back to base. And we're back up to the Brannick bump. Just looking out there across the Ultra4 village, or a small part of it. And there is Lauren Healy.
Stirring up some dust.
Doing what he does best, putting the skinny pedal to the floor.
He's back at the Spider Track backstretch. What a great day of racing it has been there, Jim. I've had so much fun. I hope you guys at home have too. Let's give USAC a little love. United States Auto Club is our sanctioning body, and they help us run timing, scoring, race operations, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell's the lead there. He's our USAC rep. Lee O'Donnell, 23 with USAC.
And still the action continues here. We have just under 45 minutes of racing left to go.
And don't forget, this is a double points race for Nationals East and West. So this is a big deal for a lot of these cars. Is that John Rance, I believe, and his Bronco. He'll be coming up through the Brannick bump here very shortly.
But this just goes to show you the pace of these stock class 4600 Spider-Trax class vehicles that John Rance, who's a very experienced racer, and he's not at the pointy end of this race. And that tells you a lot.
This is a tough race, and we just saw Mick Henson. It looked like he may be losing his tailgate. He's lost more than one, I believe. As John Rance crosses the race line wheel start-finish.
Apparently that's how you get more Toyota Hiluxes. You leave bits of them and they just sort of appear from the ground.
Start growing?
Yeah.
Water them a little bit?
Literally. Almost impossible to kill them.
There's John Rance bypassing the Amsoil hot pits.
Which is what we want to see. Straight back out on another lap. So we now have 7 cars that have completed 2 laps. So in 7th position is John Rance. In 6th
is Mick Henson.
In 5th, it's Adam Colum.
In 4th, Albert Contreras.
In 3rd, it's Derek Osler.
And on adjusted time, it should be Lauren Healy in 2nd.
And in 1st place, it's Sergio.
That is our Optima Batteries leaderboard.
So, Miles, let's talk about what's going to be happening later on this evening. There is so much going on.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have a great water show for us. They've got a guy that's coming in. I believe he's from Lake Havasu. He's going to be doing backflips on a jet ski. And then that'll be kind of starting off the show. And then we're going to kick off America Pro Rock Knockout Racing. And what's that? That's a UTV or a rock bouncer side-by-side drag race up this nasty hill. And it's going to be a sight to see. And then we'll have another intermission with some water stunts and all that. So there's a whole festival kicking off tonight. I believe it starts at 9 p.m. tonight.
I cannot wait for that. That is going to be so much fun. I haven't managed to get myself into the swimming pool yet, but I'm going to be working on that in the next couple of days.
I have my wife and kids have been in it all week long. I've been able to go say hi to them, but I haven't had the time to go swimming. But I hope to take a dip one of these days. Our drone operators are trying to chase down some cars. And again, it's so impressive what they can do. I absolutely love it. And he's coming out trying to, I assume he's going to change some batteries as he blows by us here at the Can-Am desk.
I was half expecting it to come in here, to be honest.
I hope it doesn't. That would probably leave a mark. If you're just joining us, this is the 4600 Spider-Trax stock class during the Can-Am Visions Week here with Ultra4 USA. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden from across the pond.
And it's fantastic to be here, Miles. It's the best racing in the world, and that looks like John Rance.
You nailed that one as he's going to take a hard left, head in the trees, and head down pinball. That's roughly mile marker number 2. And we keep saying mile markers. It used to be race miles, right? Well, mile marker winch has stepped up in a big way this year. So we kind of did a little fun branding. So mile marker number 1, mile marker number 2, all the way through mile marker number 8. So it's kind of just a fun play on some marketing.
I absolutely love that. I was going around the course yesterday with Travis, and you can see there are mile markers actually out there on course, so the teams know exactly where they are on course at any time. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
And
Great
that helps
idea.
our safety crew and the racers, because if you're broke down or have an incident, you can get on your rugged race radio and say, hey, I'm at mile marker number 3, or I'm between 3 and 4, and that can help everybody stay safe and keep everything running smooth.
Yeah, something that we do in Europe, in Ultra4 Europe as well. But we don't call them mile markers. We might have to do that.
You may have to steal that, huh?
Absolutely. So the racing continues here at the 2023 Visions Off-Road presented by Can-Am at Mid-America. It's been a fantastic day of racing, and we still have more. There is so much action here. We've said it before, this isn't just an off-road park, this is a destination. There is so much to see and do. If you've never been to Visions, make sure you book your tickets for next year. Make sure you get here. It really is something very special.
It is a bucket list item for sure. Just like when King of the Hammers started, it was a small race with 12 people, just a few buddies. Well, Mid-America Outdoors has grown extremely fast out here, and it's amazing to see what they are doing and the future plans. It'll blow your mind.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing. I've never been here before, so actually that's a little bit of a lie. I did turn up for the Halloween bash last year, but I didn't see anything of the park.
And it was dark.
Yeah, and to be taken around and shown around this incredible place, it is just mind-blowing. And we're back into the gully again.
Waiting for another competitor to come up. I suspect we should see Brexton Glines, Tom Biddle. We haven't seen much of Doug Lanford or Roger King, so they're having some issues out on course. Tuck break for them.
Yeah.
But I hear an echo through the woods. So who's it going to be? Is it Brexton Glines or Tom Biddle? I believe that sounds like a Jeep, so I think it's going to be Brexton Glines. Looks like that's a Toyota pickup of Mick Henson.
We've got just over 35 minutes of racing still ahead.
Our next race in the Ultra4 USA season is in Pottsville, Pennsylvania at famous Reading Outdoors for our second Eastern Series race. And then we're going to round out the year with Nationals at Lake Havasu for Legends of the Fall. This is a do-not-miss event. Ultra4 USA, F1 boat racing, a rodeo, national music acts, Nitro Circus, American Side-by-Side Takeover, and much, much more.
Talk to me about the next race. This is a race I don't believe that Ultra4 have done before.
It's in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and we have never been there. Lee O'Donnell, our USAC rep, lives in the area, and he said, you got to come check this out. So about a month ago, JT flew out, and they rode around the park for a day, and JT kept sending me some pictures, and I am very stoked to see what kind of course we can lay out for you guys and gals. And that is Lauren Healy, our physical race leader, coming up towards the Brannock Bump. So we'll see him. He just crossed the heads-up loop.
And so has Sergio.
Oh, so it's neck and neck. So Sergio is absolutely winning this race on adjusted time. Because remember, Lauren Healy was in the Amsoil hot pits. Let's see, the Bronco looks like it's all good. No, he's got another left front flat tire. So Lauren Healy will be pulling into the Amsoil hot pits once again. And Sergio should be right behind him. So he should be checking up right here. No, he blows by. Does he know he has a flat tire?
No, and this is what we were talking about earlier.
Lauren Healy with a left front flat tire blowing by the Amsoil hot pit. So he either has to stop and him and Jesse have to change his tire, or he's going to try to make it 8 miles around this course here at Mid-America Outdoors, just outside of Jay, Oklahoma.
I'm just looking at Sergio as he goes past, and all 4 tyres are good on that machine. So we have got a race on our hands here, Miles.
And that was Albert Contreras. Back to Sergio on adjusted time. He is our race leader for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So you know John Schaefer's tuned in back at home. Super excited for his buddy Sergio.
Yeah, absolutely.
JT Taylor, our race director, driving by. Give me a little PTS. Give me a little siren.
That's okay. We'll get him later.
There's Mick Henson. Oh, and the tailgate's still flapping around. Love that little Toyota.
But look at the pace of it. Absolutely flying as he cruises on there. Do you know what? I'm really enjoying watching Sergio racing, seeing him really give it back to the Broncos. The pace he's putting down is absolutely fantastic.
It is amazing. He's keeping up with most of everybody. Mick Henson is fresh off his win out in Rush, Kentucky just a few months ago. He also won the first MAO 918 race last year. And then during BMR, he won for the SRRS stock class for the Rock Bouncers. He went in there and played with them and won that race as well. So he's got a good year going for him.
A man of many talents.
And I just got a text from my buddy John Schaefer. He said, you know I'm watching. The old 4688 still getting it done. So thanks, John. Miss you out here. Hope to see you again, but at least Sergio's out here having some fun.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who's watching at home, whether it be on Facebook, AOE.TV, or on YouTube. We're working hard out here to bring you the coverage from the best racing in the world, and that is Ultra4 Racing.
Ultra4 USA at its finest. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Tomorrow morning will be the youth races. 10 a.m. will be the EMC classes, and then 1 p.m. the 4400 Unlimited class presented by Good Boy Vodka. It's been a wonderful day of racing, but look at the wind flags. They're barely moving right now. It's definitely warmed up. It's up over 80, sneaking up on 90 degrees. Beautiful. Just a few clouds up there, keeping it nice, but it is an absolute beautiful day here at Mid-America Outdoors for the 2023 Can-Am Visions event. I guess it's an off-road festival, you could call it.
I think it's absolutely an off-road festival. But it's so much more than just off-road, even though we have so many varieties of off-road, whether it be the SXS racing, whether it be the Nitro Cross, the Nitro Circus, whether it be jet skis jumping. Oh, it just goes on and on. I cannot wait for this side-by-side rock bouncing racing tonight.
It's going to be a fun one to watch, and it should be a great show for all. So if you're anywhere here on the park, I'd definitely be on the southeast corner of the property, down by the pond cabin.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. And that looks like Tom Biddle there.
Look how twisted up that back bed is. He took a tumble during qualifying, but he takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
Yeah, he was one of around about 16 people that rolled over during qualifying yesterday.
It's such a tough course. I love it.
And it's such a dumb rollover as well. They literally come down in from the top of the woods, drop down in, and you have to turn right. But if you catch the rut wrong, it just pops you over onto your side.
We saw multiple rollovers right here as he takes a right into the Brannick Bowl as well. But Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio are still pushing strong.
Awesome drone footage there.
Blowing by the race line, start finish. Looks like we got about another half hour before the white flag comes out. So I think we'll see our leaders come through one more time before the white flag. As Tom Biddle blowing past the Amsoil hot pits.
And he's looking good there in his Toyota. And the one thing he doesn't do to that truck is polish it.
He rattle cans it.
Absolutely. From a distance.
But I love seeing the old school Toyotas, with Mick Henson, Tom Biddle, Derek Ausler. It's so great mixing up with these brand new Broncos. 30 years later, still coming out to play.
Well, think about it. It's more than that. If it's 1980, 1985, 35 years.
Almost 40, you're right. I got to do some math there.
That's incredible.
Oh, there's Roger King. We haven't seen him for a while, so great to see him still moving. He must have fixed whatever issue he had as he's out at the Spider Track backstretch. And I hear Albert Contreras. There he is. Albert and Tristan still pushing strong. Heading out for another lap. That puts Albert Contreras in third position on adjusted time.
So where is Derek Osler? Where has he gone?
He's right here. He's just hit the heads-up loop.
He has indeed.
I got visuals.
So he must have had a problem.
Ausler.
Has he had a flat tire out on course? Let's see if he stops in the... is he going to slow down?
Hot pits?
Indeed. Is he going to...
Albert Contreras moving in. Looks like... And look at that. All hands on deck helping out old Albert Contreras. So does he have a left rear flat that we didn't see?
Yeah, no, I think he's got something happen there. I think he's literally lost a wheel as he's just come in through there. They're trying to fix it literally in the middle of the pit lane, so be interesting to see. And it sounds like Derek has actually just blown past the pits. Hopefully we'll get some eyeball on it very soon.
There's Albert Contreras and Tristan. There's Sean Rance, who'll be racing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And his son Kevin Rance at the back raced in the UTVs earlier. Part of Rufus teams helping out as well. Mud Nut Racing helping out a little bit of everybody. So a left rear flat tire for Albert Contreras. Could be Frank Vonderheide helping out as well, I think. He'll be racing in the 4,400 class tomorrow. Like I said, that's what Ultra4 is all about. Everybody's here to help everybody. Absolutely love that part of our sport. Because you go to some drag races, some of the short courses, it seems like it's so niche and it's so quiet and so secretive in the pits.
Yep.
And then you come here and everybody is telling everybody what's going on. They want to help them. They want to beat you at your best. They don't want to have any secrets with anybody.
Absolutely.
And Shannon Campbell is one of those that he'll tell you anything. He just wants to get his junk out there and racing. And he's one of the pioneers of Ultra4.
Is indeed. And this is one of those moments that you wish you'd bought a vehicle with 6 lug nuts, not 8.
Albert's having a chat with Mud Nut Racing. Son Tristan patiently awaiting. I know the whole Contreras family usually comes, but they're still there in Compton, California, tuning in. Looks like it should be pretty close, and Albert will be taking out of the AMSOIL hot pits, and there he goes.
So it's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in the hot pits. And then bury the skinny pedal as you exit back onto the track. And there goes Albert Contreras.
There's Derek Ausler, and look at the 2 lines that are being created right there. I love it. And look how deep those ruts are getting. This course is really, really getting torn up. I believe the fastest lap we have in the stock class is by Lauren Healy with a 17:58.
As you say, Miles, I think we're going to see them come in, complete one more lap. So there's possibly 2 laps left in this race.
It's been a great week thus far, and it is not even nearing Ultra4 USA races tomorrow. And then Saturday, it is Nitro Cross. That's going to be really cool to see those electric vehicles out on Travis Pastrana's Dream Track. It's got an over-under. It's going to be really wild. And Nitro Circus is going to be putting on a show. We have America Pro Rock tonight. We have some pit bike racing. I believe that's tomorrow morning. We have the Downhill Barbie Jeep tomorrow night. Nitro Cross all day on Saturday. And I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Derek Ausler trying to chase down somebody's dust. It looks like maybe Mick Henson. So the 2 Toyotas are still doing battle. Looks like this could be Sergio, our adjusted, and possibly, if he got around Lauren Healy, physical leader. So Sergio is really running strong. Great run for Sergio.
Yeah, he's got great pace there as he makes his way round. And it's going to be very interesting to see how it pans out as they come back in to complete their 4th lap, sorry.
What a great day. This has been amazing, Jim. Thanks for coming over here. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you for the invite. Okay, look at this. We've got a drag race going on behind us.
Is Adam Collin and Doug Lanford. Doug Lanford with a left rear flat. So he had some issues out there, so Doug will pull in the AMSOIL hot pits as Adam Collin makes his way around.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen Doug Lanford. No, that is coming in to complete his second. No, that was the first time we've seen Doug Lanford.
And here comes John Rance. Should put him in that 6th position. As John Rance comes out and hits the Brannick Bowl. He grabs a gear, pops the engine a little bit. You see those 74 weld portals on the front of that Bronco. Pretty cool technology there. So Doug Lanford's looks like he's taking down the net. Is he going to call it a day?
Yeah, I don't know. The engine just didn't sound quite right.
It looks like he's unbuckling the helmet. So tough break for Doug Lanford. He's had a long day. here in the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, nobody likes to see that. Let's hope they can get this fixed and get it back out on track.
Here's Mick Henson.
And his tailgate's still hanging on in there.
The little Toyota that could with Rusty Nail Racing.
I'll take it back under warranty, see if they'd replace the catches.
I don't think he'd have much luck there. He works on Toyotas, so he's got a lot of spare parts laying around. Mick Henson, grassroots racer, definitely a fan favorite for sure. And the tire has completely came off that wheel. I don't know if it's done any other damage to anything, but they're definitely struggling to get it off.
Yeah, it looks like they're struggling with a lug nut.
There's Nate with 406 No Fear Racing helping out as well.
Now, they've got to be very careful where these tyres are broken up. There can often be wires hanging out the sides.
Again, these are DOT tires. Looks like he needs to get a bigger hammer.
Yeah, I was going to say that is a toffee hammer for that situation. But if it's all you got, it's all you got. I'm trying to work out what it is they're actually doing here. Whether they've still got a lug nut on there or whether they're still...
I mean, there's got to be... Oh, I'll bet you it's a stripped lug nut. So they're spinning it, so now they're trying to put pressure on the wheel to get the little traction on the lug nut. So he's got a stripped lug nut or lug stud. Tough break there. Well, there's Eric Weichel at the back of the car. He'll be racing tomorrow morning during the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, helping his buddy Doug Lanford.
Oh, there's nothing worse in this situation, is there?
And you're trying to hurry up, too.
Yeah, all the time.
So think of this. We haven't seen much of Doug Lanford. Do you think he tried changing his own tire out there and, of course, had the same issues, decided to put it back in, run her in here to get more help in the Amsoil Hot Pit?
Well, I think there's a strong possibility. And they'll be sitting there, they'll be kicking themselves now. Preparation is absolutely everything. Can't leave anything to chance. There's little details like this.
Still has a license plate on the back of that, so he can drive to the grocery store in that one. And look what kind of damage that has done. There's Lauren Healy, our adjusted time second place.
Yeah, they're trying desperately hard here to get any kind of leverage on that wheel. That busted tyre is not helping them at all.
I believe that's Adam Collin and John Rance.
Doing a bit of boogie there. Okay, it looks like they've just...
It's one of those Badlands Harbor Freight Jacks. Those things are pretty sweet. You guys don't have Harbor Freights over there, do you?
No, we don't.
It's a great place. I love me some Harbor Freight.
Is it a tool shop?
It's a tool shop, but it's a cheap tool shop.
Oh, okay.
So the tools are fairly cheap, but decent quality. So, for a tool bag, it's the way to go, because if you lose it, you're not out, snap-on money.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be honest, most of the times we do any kind of racing, you always find somebody's fire extinguisher or somebody's...
something on the course, absolutely.
Yeah. Somebody's tool bag. Well, I was racing in Wales last year, and there was a really rather nice DeWalt rattle gun lying in the middle of the track.
Oh, nice. Did you keep it, or did you find its rightful owner?
Well, mate, it's one of those. Do you stop to pick up a DeWalt rattle gun, or when you're leading the race, do you just keep on leading? So we left the gun there. I'm sure somebody returned it to its rightful owner.
So Doug Lanford really struggling in the pits with like we said, we're speculating it's a stripped lug nut or lug stud. There's part of the Glines team over there helping his way. Is that Jake Versey? See, like I said, there's 5 different teams helping out Doug. I just can't say it enough. I love how everybody helps everybody in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, it's really difficult. The trouble with this as well is they can't just attack it with an angle grinder because the wheel is actually shielding the stud. So they've got a real problem on their hands.
Oh,
here.
now they got a bottle jack. They're going to try to push the wheel off.
Oh, wow.
They're trying a little bit of everything. And yes, that is Jake Versey. He raced earlier in the UTV race.
Had a fantastic result, 4th in class. Now, the problem with this is these
that's
bottle
Kindle
jacks,
blinds.
Yeah, they don't actually like to be used on their side because the oil obviously drops away from the valve.
There's Derek Ausler in that FJ, still running strong. A few more dents added to that car, it looks like.
Alan Johnson, as it comes around, he must every time he comes around, he'll be doing a fist pump.
But you know that's not Alan Johnson because he would have ran out of fuel already.
And you can see them having a discussion there, saying, right, what we need to do is this, and if we do that, and then it will be perfect. I love watching this. Fantastic views here. Thank you to our production crew for being down there in the Amsoil live pit.
Tough break for Doug Lanford. You know it's stressful when you're sitting in the race Jeep, letting all your team and everybody else that's helping them, and there's just nothing you can do. And they're looking a little defeated right now. So they're trying to roll it. Oh, look how loose it is. But yeah, there's one lug nut that just won't let go.
And it looks like they've nearly got it off as well. That must be so frustrating.
There's Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio still running strong. Tom Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing in a 1985 Toyota pickup, 22RE, dual Toyota transfer cases, Amsoil, Raceline wheels, ADS, Filthy Motorsports, Yukon, Skies Off-Road, iRate 4x4, and rugged race radios.
There's some beautiful construction on this vehicle. Just looking at the way those shock mounts are welded in. And the pickup points there for the sway bar. Now that was something, you can also see the hydraulic bump stop there. When was it they were allowed hydraulic bump stops? That was around about 3 years ago now.
Yeah, that was a new rule they implemented.
Well, I think that's a great idea. It makes such a difference to the comfort of the vehicle and also to saving the vehicle.
And your back.
If you don't know what a hydraulic bump stop is sitting at home, if you look just above the jack there, you'll see what looks like a little hydraulic shaft sticking down.
We call, over here we call them bump stops.
Mm-hmm.
And they are giving everything they got. Oh, it looks like it might be gaining a little ground as Jake Versey's giving it all he's got.
Yeah, this must be so frustrating. We had a similar situation last year with some lug nuts that, or should I say, with some studs galling up. And sometimes it just happens. A little bit of dirt on the threads. So we're going to be waiting for our race leaders. They're going to be coming around very soon.
And speaking of that, here comes Sergio, our physical race leader, getting ready to cross over the race line start-finish. So the white flag will be coming out on his next lap, I assume.
Yes, so Sergio crosses the line. He started in second place today, behind Lauren Healy. On lap 2, he had already overtaken Lauren Healy on adjusted time.
So how far back is Lauren?
Yeah, and now he has the physical lead over Lauren Healy.
Oh, no. I think I see Brexton Glines here off course. So that his race is over. So tough break for Brexton and Kendall Glines. Hate to see that.
Yeah, that's awful. But this type of racing is tough. Yeah, the helmet's off the course.
There's Derek Ausler back in screen. Back to Adam Collin. He's roughly mile marker number 4.
Yeah, it looks like he's hauling there. And you can see, look at that lug nut.
Just super stripped out. What a tough break. I used to change a lot of tires back in my days, and I know exactly the feeling they have right now. They do have a special tool where you can beat it on there. It's got some splines on it, but that lug nut's defeating them. I think that's Troy Digby that's been helping them. Yes, it is. So multiple racers out there helping old Doug. Back to Derek Ausler.
As I was saying, the most difficult thing is they can't even cuss it off because it's shielded by the wheel. So it's going to be a very difficult one for them to fix. Derek just making his way down through this creek section. They're just explaining to Doug what's going on.
Very disappointed face from Doug Lanford.
Now, it's very interesting. If you look, he still has a tire on the rack in the back, so he obviously didn't make an attempt to do it, so it's obviously just something that's just unfortunately picked up. Now, do you guys put grease on your lug nuts?
Some people do, for sure.
Yeah, see, we always would. Well, I do wonder if you guys over here do.
We actually use anti-seize on I do on, on some of my...
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
And if you get it on your finger, then it's on your nose and your ear, then your toe. That stuff gets everywhere.
Yeah.
Then you look like the Tin Man when you're done. Derek Ausler still pushing strong. He's back there at mile marker number 6. Let's give a big shout out to Rugged Race Radio's Project X Off-Road, Speed Sport, Can-Am, Good Boy Vodka,
Raceline Wheels, AMS Oil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker, Laser Nut,
360 Wrap, Optima Batteries, the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, King of the Hammers, and Fun Haver Off-Road.
Wheeling, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, and of course Spider Tracks, who are proud sponsors of this 4600.
So please support who supports the sport. And there is Lauren Healy, physical second place and on adjusted time. Lauren Healy took off first, so if Sergio can finish this race before him, he will win this race.
Now,
it looks like JT Taylor has the white flag. Is he going to give it to Lauren Healy? Yes, white flag is out for Lauren Healy.
Now, that's very interesting because we think that Sergio is our race leader, not Lauren Healy. So it does look like they're going to have to give that news to Sergio that he is on his final lap.
Well, it's on adjusted time, so I'm not sure exactly how that's going to play out. So, yeah, we'll see. But, yeah, Sergio out front, Lauren Healy in second. Where's Albert Contreras?
Yeah, we can only speculate at the moment, but it does look like Sergio is our current race leader, and his second place is Lauren Healy. Now, I was trying to look at the back of Lauren's car. Did you notice if there was a flat tire? It did look like the straps were flapping around a little bit, so I'm wondering if we're going to see Lauren come into the AMS or hot pits and pick up another tire.
We'll see how it all shakes out, and I am getting an update from JT Taylor, our race director, that Sergio did get the white flag. So the white flag was out for our two leaders, Sergio and Lauren Healy.
So we missed that there, so great work there from our race director, JT Taylor. And Doug Lanford is coming out of the hot pits. I think, though, this is going to be a retirement, and he's going to see him driving back to his main pit. So a tough break there for Doug Lanford.
And he'll load up that Jeep with that 392 Hemi. I was really hoping to see him letting it eat out there, but he'll put it on the trailer, get it rebuilt, and hopefully we'll see him up at Pottsville, Pennsylvania, at famous Reading Off-Road for our second Eastern Series race with Ultra4 USA as John Rance comes back into screen.
So tell me a little bit about this new course that's been created. Is it going to be a rock course? Is it going to be a sand course? Is it going to be in the trees? What are we going to be racing?
A little bit of everything. I guess there's a few wide open sections and then a lot of trees and some gnarly rock trails. JT said there's two that are really good and one that's nasty. So it's going to be a super tough course. And we've been getting some feedback. We had our driver summit last night, and they do want harder courses. So we're going to give it to them.
Fantastic. That's what we like. And that's one of the wonderful things about Ultra4 is that they do things like driver summits. The drivers get the opportunity to air any grievances, to make suggestions, and to improve the sport that they love so much. And one of the things that came out of there was the possible expansion of those youth classes.
Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. It was definitely in discussion last night from that, you know, because when you turn 13 years old, you can't race in the 170 class. So where do you go? You don't want to race a stock class versus Nathan Parker, even though he's 14 and doing it. But it's interesting. I like the thought of that.
I do as well. And there was also there was other class moves being made, particularly the 4500s. They were trying to
talk about the steering a little bit.
Exactly, yeah, and the possibility of maybe bringing in a rule that bans the use of orbital valves,
which I honestly think makes sense, and it's going to be down to a class vote. And Hammer King Productions, Ultra4 USA, and USAC all have to agree to make it happen.
Yes. But the fact that we can have those conversations in our sport makes this sport very special indeed.
Oh, amazing. I absolutely love it. I've been around Ultra4 and King of the Hammers since 2009, and I absolutely love to see where it's been, where it's going, and the future of what's going to happen.
Exactly. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 2023 Visions, sponsored and presented by Can-Am. We are here at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma. And what a wonderful day of racing it's been.
A great shot. The Amsoil Hot Pits is on your top, so you're going to snake back and forth on this course and really, you know, there's 8 miles out there. We gotta snake through the woods a little bit. It's a cool way to do it. As Mick Henson coming back into screen. I believe he's at mile marker number 6, turning a hard right, going up that little creek section.
Oh, look at the ruts there, Miles. Absolutely fantastic scenes.
Oh, I hear a siren off in the holler. We'll see who's coming up.
So that means that would normally indicate that somebody is trying to overtake someone.
So where's Albert Contreras, Derek Ausler, Adam Collin, John Rance, Mick Henson, and Tom Biddle are all in the mix?
We've only seen 2 cars so far complete 4 laps. Those Sergio and Lauren Healy.
And Lauren Healy still has the fastest lap of a 17:58. And there is some money on the line for the fastest lap per class. And then we'll pay out through the top 5 and hand out some Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies, 1st through 3rd.
I think there might be a car coming in very shortly. Just seeing our drone taking off.
Switching out batteries. They've been doing that all day long. Drone's heading backwards on course right now, trying to wait for his next victim.
Victim?
Yeah, going to chase him down.
Every time he goes down through the woods, I keep expecting an army of Ewoks to suddenly arrive.
It's such a cool shot, isn't it? It looks like, yeah, that is Mick Henson. You can see the tailgate still flopping around.
He's still hauling the mail, though. Still pushing that old Toyota. Nearly 40 years old.
It is impressive.
It's awesome.
Oh, and here comes, who is it going to be? It's John Rance. So we have not seen Albert Contreras. So John Rance could be in the mix.
Indeed, and we haven't seen Derek Osler for a little while either.
Wow, John Rance last time around was in 6th position on adjusted time. He's going to move all the way into 3rd.
Fantastic.
So it could be 2 Broncos on the podium if it shakes out this way.
Mm-hmm.
So John Rance will be getting the white flag from race director J.T. Taylor.
And here comes John Rance now. Just listen to this. There's the gear change.
Giving her the beans.
Now, you were saying earlier that this has got a cable shift. How does that work?
Yeah, so instead of linkage, it's a cable shift. I was talking to him, and I remember in Montana he missed a shift because I guess the cable stretched a little bit. And it's interesting, a 7-speed manual. I have not been around one of those.
No, I haven't either. Come from the land of manual transmissions, the UK. Never seen a 7-speed before. That's pretty cool. So our current top three. In third position is John Rance. In second is Lauren Healy. And first, right now, in his Jeep is Sergio. And he's pushing on. John Schaffer's going to be watching at home, and he'll be super proud. He'll have a big grin on his face. No, his man is doing his job right now. And we are on the final lap of this race. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And we are racing at Visions 2023, presented by Can-Am, here at Mid-America Off-Road in Jay, Oklahoma. The shadows are starting to lengthen as the sun starts to go down. And there is Tom Biddle making his way up towards the Brannock bump and coming to join us here at the raceline start-finish. And he will be receiving the white flag.
Tom Biddle and Joe Fabrizio have been pushing all day long. They're currently in the 8th position on adjusted time, so still a strong run.
Yeah, they're coming up now to complete their third lap. Well, we can hear that Toyota now as he starts to break his way up over the Brannock bump.
And heading towards the race line start-finish. And right behind him is Adam Collin. Hadn't seen him for a little bit, so good to see him still pushing strong. White flag is out for both. And look at that. Tom Biddle pulls over for Adam Collin. Sportsmanship at its finest. Class act.
Absolutely. We like to see that.
Because if this race is on adjusted time, so if you're caught, you're already passed.
Exactly.
And he's a lap down. Both of them blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits.
Yes, Adam Collin is the fourth vehicle to be actually starting their fifth lap. So where is Albert Contreras? Where is Derek Osler? Where are they? Problems out on track. Flat tires, broken. We can only guess.
What a cool shot again by the drone. Thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and our marketing partners. Some great racing actions. We see Mick Henson with the floppy tailgate still moving along.
Yeah, still plenty of action here. And we are on the final lap of this 4600 Spider Tracks stock class race. Mick Henson working his way up towards the Brannock bump. And Mick Henson will be completing his fourth lap.
Grabbing the white flag at the race line, start-finish is Mick Henson and Henry Lucci. Mile marker number 6 at the creek area once again. That is Sergio. That is our race leader. So we are 2 miles away from the checkered flag flying here at Mid-America Outdoors during the 2023 Can-Am Visions event. And this is Ultra4 USA Racing for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, and he'll be excited now. He will know that Lauren Healy is behind him. He will know that he only has 2 miles before he sees the checkered flag. And Sergio's been putting on a masterclass here in this 4600 Spider Tracks class race here at Mid-America at Visions 2023. Starting to get exciting now, Miles. Enjoying this, enjoying seeing this Jeep of John Schaefer driven by Sergio. So as we're getting to the pointy end of this race, we're still getting some fantastic action, and I can hear another vehicle. Looks like we're going to have another vehicle coming across the race line, finish line. And it is Derek Osler.
So we were just talking about him,
Yep,
where
there
he
he is.
And there he is. So Derek Ausler grabbing the white flag. One more lap to go for Derek Ausler. Looks like he's going to blow by the... Oh, he's checking up hard. He is going into the AMSOIL hot pits. So he's slowing down. It is 25 miles an hour when he passes the AMSOIL wind blades. I don't see any tires. I don't know exactly what he's doing.
Go flat, go.
Looks like that is Eric Weichel having a chat with him, checking out what's going on. Like I said, I didn't see any flat tires. Getting a drink of water. The passenger window net's coming down. Now going back up. Don't know exactly what happened there. They didn't do too much to the car, just a quick little chat. Maybe they were getting dehydrated. They wanted some water. I don't know.
Yeah, anything's possible. They've been out on track for around about an hour and a half now. It's been a very hot day, and if they had not hydrated before they got into the vehicle, it's very, very easy to become quite nauseous and ill. But, I have a habit of making my co-drivers ill.
I don't think I'd want to ride with you.
So it's not going to be very long now before we see our race leaders coming in to complete this incredible 4600 Spider Tracks race here at Visions 2023 at the Mid-America Off-Road. They've been battling hard out there for the last hour and a half, and we've seen some fantastic racing. Lauren Healy left the line in first position.
But right now it's all about Sergio. Has a great run under his belt.
Yeah, and I can hear a car. I don't know if it will be Sergio.
It's a beautiful 80 degrees out. I wish we could get a little bit of wind right now.
It is very warm as the shadows start to lengthen. And we have a vehicle coming up over the Brannick bump.
And it is Roger King, so he's limping along. He'll be getting the white flag. He's definitely had some issues today. He's just now finishing his first lap, Jim. But at least he's still moving. Looked like I had a thumbs up from his co-driver, Jared Johnson.
Now that is John Rance there. Still putting down a very good pace indeed. John Rance is currently in third position and on his final lap. And this is our current race leader. This is Sergio crossing the line, and he takes the checkered flag. What a fantastic result for John Schaefer and for Sergio as he takes the win here at Mid-America at Visions 2023. Fantastic stuff. Now, he started behind Lauren Healy, so he already has Lauren on adjusted time. But where is Lauren?
So I do think Sergio just locked this down. We got to dot our I's and cross our T's, but it's looking like an unofficial win for Sergio.
Absolutely fantastic to see that. He will be so happy.
He's been co-driving in that car for quite some time, but he brought it home and did her. He beat 2 Broncos out there. That is extremely impressive.
Yeah, it is extremely impressive. I'm going to ask you a question that you probably, be in the mind of knowledge that you are. Has there actually been a race in the last 3 years that the Broncos have attended that they've been beaten at?
That is a good question. They didn't show up to Rush.
They didn't show up to Rush. They didn't show up to Montana. But every race that they've ever arrived at, I believe they've always won.
I think you're right, because there's a handful of them. 3, 4, there's 5 of them out there now.
There is.
And, yeah, I think you're right. That's a good stat there, Jim. So, but we can't say that anymore.
I'm not just a pretty face, you know. Right, anyway, so that is amazing. And if this is true, Sergio is the first person to break the dominance of these 4,600 class Broncos.
That is extremely impressive as we're watching Derek Ausler. What a great run we had. Sergio is out of the car here at the race line start-finish, and he is super pumped up. Oh, getting an update. Oh, there's Lauren Healy, physical second place and on adjusted time. So Funhaver Off-Road Team still looks like they're going to make it to the podium in that second place. Lauren Healy and Jesse Amex getting ready to head up towards the Brannick Bowl. And he'll be racing in tomorrow's race afternoon at 1 p.m. for the 4,400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka.
He will indeed. He comes up over the Brannick bump. This is Lauren Healy.
The checkered flag will be flying. Funhaver Off-Road Team is giving her all he's got. 2-time king Lauren Healy, unofficially second place. And he gives a little roost to JT Taylor. And JT's smiling and shaking his head, having a little fun out there on course. Oh, love it. I love everybody giving everybody a hard time out here.
You can't be a fun haver and not have fun.
Exactly. So getting an update from Kendall Glines. Brexton broke a ram steering off the front axle of the machine. So that's what took out Glines Motorsports. So tough break there. But how far back is John Rance? Where's Adam Collin? Mick Henson, Derek Ausler. Those are all in the mix for that third place. But right now, if it sticks, John Rance will be taking home that third place. But it's not over yet. And I am getting confirmation from John Safer that is the first time a Bronco has been beat. So you're absolutely correct. So John Schaefer's stoked that his car done it. Too bad he wasn't in the driver's seat, but old Sergio was. And I hear some hooting and hollering over there. Lauren Healy and Sergio are out there talking about their war stories.
Yeah, they are indeed. They'll be swapping stories. They'll be trading what happened, why it happened. Now, I think I'm right in thinking. I don't think we
That's
saw...
scary.
I don't do it very often. It hurts. I'm right in thinking that we didn't see Sergio stop for a single flat tire.
We never saw him pull into the Amsoil hot pits, absolutely.
No, absolutely. It was the dream race, and how many times does that happen in this type of racing? That is so unusual.
I mean, we were talking to James Cantrell earlier. You can have the perfect day, but you still have to have luck on your side.
Yeah, you do indeed.
There is John Rance, mile marker number 6.
It does indeed. So it does look like John Rance is going to be coming home in that final third position.
But he's still another 5-ish minutes out.
At least. I'm just looking over now. I think I can see Vaughan Gittin Jr. driving down. Come and see his friend. And teammate, Lauren Healy, who's just crossed the line in second position.
Everybody's got to be super excited.
But it does look like we are going to see 2 Broncos on the podium.
But that's behind old Sergio in the Jeep.
Indeed. Do you think he's going to be getting a phone call from Jeep next week?
He would be pretty excited if it happened. I love having all the factories involved. We have Ford, obviously, Jeep, Toyota. I think that's it that's out on course.
We need some old Land Rovers out here, I think.
What's that?
Exactly.
There's one of our arrows.
So we're sitting here waiting right now.
So this is a great shot. To our left is where they were coming at us during qualifying yesterday, and straight ahead coming towards us is the race line.
And in fact, you can see the rut there that causes the problem. So literally just to the left of our screen, as you can see that rut, they come in there, they kick up on that rut, and they just literally roll the car over onto its side. So in fact, you actually want to come down on that left-hand side, and then make the turn into the corner here, and then look at this, fantastic drone flying, round you go, and now you've got an either or as you come round here. You can either go over the top there, like our drone pilot has, or you could go round to the left. The fast line is over the top. And we were seeing cars like Paul Wolf jumping off of the top of that ridge.
It
and
is
trust
super
me,
impressive.
Yeah, trust me, that's a big ridge.
There's a great shot of the Brannick Bull, part of
I think I can hear a Bronco.
I think you're right, Jim. We should be seeing John Rance here very shortly.
I can hear shifting gears.
There is Nitro Cross in the middle. To your left is the pit bike, and on the far left is the short course, the dream track of Mr. Travis Pastrana.
Yeah, this facility is absolutely astonishing. And it's not finished.
I don't think they're ever going to finish it. They're going to
exactly.
keep adding until there's no more adding that they can do. The amount of asphalt they have put in the last few months is absolutely astonishing. They are pulling all the plugs and making it the nicest off-road park, maybe even in the world. It really is.
It is very special indeed. And to think that it is all pretty much privately funded is absolutely remarkable. Oh, we're looking down across the course there. Just to the bottom left is the new short course with the grader on there. Just making sure. And that road you see all of the vehicles on, that is brand new. That was not there even 2 months ago.
And there's the Barbie downhill Jeep ending up in the pond.
And that's tomorrow. The winner of that takes home $5,000.
Yeah, that's some real money. And there's the Nitro Circus area.
You need that to pay for the broken bones.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think we had a broken arm during Memorial Day weekend. There's some of that beautiful asphalt.
Yeah, it's amazing. And just to the left, you can't see, they've just laid down another vast area. It must be the size of 3 football pitches. It's absolutely amazing. And that's now we'll be heading back up into town.
We'll see if the drone can make it and give us a shot of the pool as Derek Ausler still pushing strong in that FJ Toyota.
And coming into view right now, it is John Rance. John Rance in the 7-speed Bronco. And he crosses the raceline finish line, taking the checker flag and unofficial 3rd place here at the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
What a great run by all. And I'm getting corrected by Josh Atterbury. In Montana, we did have 2 Broncos. Rance got 3rd. Atterbury was racing, dropped out. I think he ran out of fuel. But it was John Williams, Alex Fleming, and John Rance. So that was the first time the Broncos have been beat. So this is number 2 in a row.
Wow.
And there is a shot of the pool. The 2 pools in the middle. There's a lazy river, a splash pad. Look at all those cabins. There's a kid zone in the middle of that pavilion. To the right's the power sports store with the restaurant. Look at all that camping. Look at all these campers. This place is absolutely amazing. The RC track is in the center of your screen right now. There's so much going on. At the far side of it is the pond. That's where we'll be doing the jet ski tricks and the America Pro Rock knockout racing later. Now at the bottom of the screen is Thunder Valley with Nitro Circus Village.
Yeah,
and then you can just barely see us on the top left.
It's absolutely remarkable. It's an incredible place. And as we said before, it's not finished yet. There is still so much more that they want to do here.
So the Optima Battery leaderboard looks like it is John Rance in third. Second is Lauren Healy. And first goes to Sergio. And this is unofficial, but it's looking good for the top three here in the 4600 Spider Track stock class during the 2023 Can-Am Visions. This is Ultra4 USA. We'll kick off again in the morning with the youth at 8 a.m. And then at 10 a.m. will be the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then at 1 p.m., the 4400 Unlimited race presented by Good Boy Vodka, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And here comes Albert Contreras. He is a lap down, but he will be getting the checkered flag. He is definitely off pace. Oh, he is calling it a race. They already even got their helmets off already.
Yeah. No, he's going to be creeping it across the line. I'm just trying to work out if he's got a steering problem or... Yeah, it looks like he might have a breakage of the front axle.
Tough break for Albert and Tristan Contreras, but that may put him in the top 10. There's so much more going on this week. Tomorrow morning's Pit Bikes. Tomorrow morning's Ultra4 USA. We still have rock bouncing tonight. The jet ski trick show. Pit Bikes tomorrow. Barbie Downhill Jeep tomorrow night. Nitro Cross on Saturday. Nitro Circus Saturday night. And another few little surprises we have up our sleeve. So be sure to tune in to AOE.TV and check out everything we have going on.
And as we continue here, it's fantastic to see our top three sitting there basking in this fading sunshine.
So this is the unofficial Good Boy Vodka results. In that third position is John Rance.
In second is Lauren Healy, two-time king.
And winning his first Ultra4 USA race is Sergio.
It's been a fantastic race, Miles. I've really enjoyed this one.
Oh, it's been a great day. We started at noon with the UTV stock and open. Then at 3, we kicked off the Pro Mods, UTVs, and now it's the 4600 Spider Track stock class. It's been a great day of working with everybody out here. So thanks again to everybody who makes this possible. We are winding down. We still got a couple more cars that could cross the finish line. Adam Collin, Mick Henson, Derek Ausler. Last we knew, they're still moving.
And all of these vehicles will have a story to tell. An hour and a half of a brutal race course here at Visions 2023. And we said it was going to be a battle of tyres, and a battle of tyres it has proved to be. How many flats do we think Lauren had? 2, 3?
At least 2. And that could have been, that's probably what the name of the game.
The difference,
yep.
yeah.
That's what won Sergio this race. Is it tire technology? Is it driver error? Nobody knows. But Sergio had a good day.
Exactly. It can also be weight of the vehicle, so pressure on the tyre. So many factors take a part into play in this.
I'm super curious to see how this course has changed throughout the last couple days. So another high attrition rate. Oh, I hear somebody coming. Who is it going to be? That's definitely a Toyota. If I had to guess, that's Derek Ausler. No, that is Mick Henson.
It's Mick Henson.
Mick Henson may move into that 4th position. The little Toyota that could. Mick Henson and Henry Lucci grabbing the checker flag at the race line start-finish. Moving into that, 4th position?
It would be 4th position overall. And the interesting thing about that is he still has his tailgate.
It bounced around the entire track.
So our top 4 in 4th position is Mick Henson.
In 3rd position is John Rance.
In 2nd is that 2-time king, Lauren Healy.
And taking the overall win, unofficially, is Sergio in that 4688 machine. That thing was built a very long time ago. Johnny Rocha helped with Savvy building that. For Michael Lee, I'm going to say 6-8 years ago. It's won a lot of races, and it still has some life left in it.
Well, if we're working on the basis of the fact that Mick Henson's truck is nearly 40 years old, it's got at least another 30.
I like it. Let's see what happens. I see Paul Wolf in his 4400 car. I wonder if he's taking that over towards the America Pro Rock Knockout Racing, or if he's decided if he's running or not.
I was just thinking that because he's actually pitted right up the other end of this of the course. He's not in the Ultra4 village. So for him to have his car all the way over here would mean he is up to something. A firm crowd favourite. And he's used this UFO vehicle to win many a rock racing, or should I say rock bouncing competition.
Paul Wolf is a Mid-America Outdoors ambassador. Was supposed to race the Pro Modified class earlier today, but had some issues. But he'll be racing tomorrow in that UFO. During the 4400 race, presented by Good Boy Vodka.
.11 4600 Spider Track stock class vehicles left the line around about an hour and 45 minutes ago. In fact, 2 hours ago, looking at my adjusted time clock. And we've had 4 finishes so far. In 4th, it's Mick Henson. In 3rd, it was John Rance. In 2nd, it was Lauren Healy. And in 1st, it was Sergio driving John Schaefer's Jeep. It's been a fantastic day of racing here, Miles. Let's talk a little bit about what we've been seeing today. We saw the 4900 UTV stock class.
And the open class racing at the same time. And then we did the Pro Modified class. So 2 UTV races this morning. We are just wrapping up the 4600 Spider Track stock class race. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. the youth. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. 45-48. And then tomorrow afternoon, the 4400 Unlimited, presented by Good Boy Vodka. It's been a great day, Jim. Always a pleasure working with you. I'm Miles Haskins. It's been a wonderful day.
It has indeed. I am so excited about tomorrow. We really have had a wonderful day of racing, but this is the precursor to what comes tomorrow. And tomorrow, it's going to be the big boys getting out of track with the 4400s, and I can't wait to see it. So thank you very much, everyone at home, for watching, and we look forward to seeing you here once again tomorrow. Good night.
See you in the morning.